এ বাবা দেখুন।
ওইটাও তো
এই যে আমি এখানে নিয়ে নিয়েছি
ওই
তখন করে দেবো।
আচ্ছা, আরেকটা প্রেজেন্টেশন আপনাকে পাঠিয়েছি।
পাঠিয়ে দাও। এ বাবা এটা কোথায় গেল? ইমা এটা আবার হয়ে গেল কেন?
হুম,
এ
কোনটা?
হ্যালো, 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 আলাদা করে দিন। হ্যালো, এখানে দেখাচ্ছে তো। হ্যাঁ, হ্যালো, এখানে এই যে এটা বাদ দিয়ে দিলাম। আউটপুটটা এখান থেকে দিই আর ইনপুটটা থেকে নিয়ে নিচ্ছি অডিও ক্যাপটা। এখানে যে হ্যালো, 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 হ্যাঁ এখানটা এর মাইকটা ধর। হ্যালো, হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ, আচ্ছা কিন্তু এইখানে আমাদের hello, 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 ah, hello, ha, ha, hello, 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 হ্যালো ওখান থেকে একটু শেয়ার করতে হবে। হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
হ্যালো
হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যাঁ না ওই ক্ষেত্রে তো এখানে অটো
And says this year to ourselves, right? When was the last time answer? When was the last time the feet mud touched a blade of grass? When was the last time we laughed at ourselves? Most of us here did not witness this, but we are here today to witness creation of more togetherness. A very all our in every life. Meetings of the day, honorable, honorable, respecting faculties of science, engineering, interdisciplinary sciences, heads of various departments, directors of faculty members, third scholars, and supporting staff. For every and honor, we here, face now, and no other, since a special hope. Charles Dickens saying perhaps right sense perspective. Every habit has a home and it learns to appreciate that more. One of the old makers have embarked on a nostalgic reminiscence of the moments shared here, the days of learning. We are here to witness moments past becoming an architect, new moments, ushering a grand future, success, and harmony. This is a second time, and Amazon such as this has been sought for. The first even held on January 4th was a first time. Our university legendary in her contribution to all disciplines, social science, humanities, science, and engineering. We also take pride in a legacy that has been passed on in much ways done by biological, by the communion of great minds, of compassion, social beings, also created by harmonized music, sports, engineers, camera wonders, and many more such. A soil never parched, but nourishes lives of all her people. With her legions and sea, stands up to her tall claims by expanding beyond the Earth's horizons, by engaging in atomic thought, discovering the language of the rock sea, in embracing multilingual cultures worldwide. In essence, in celebrating life in multiple.
ঠান্ডার মধ্যে দূরান্ত গত বছর আমরা প্রায় 350 জনকে এবার গত বছর এখনো পর্যন্ত স্ট্রিমিং এর মাধ্যমে পরেও আজকে এই অনুষ্ঠান দেখার সুযোগ দেশে দেশে ছাড়িয়ে প্রাক্তনীরা নানাভাবে যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে সাহায্য পাঠাচ্ছে। কার্যালয়ের সকল অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জানাতে হচ্ছে। পশ্চিম আদিকুলিয়া তার শেখা হতে আমি অনেক বিলাবে যাবে না।
First changed him. It's just to get on director, IT, and I request to take his seats. I now association and
ঘটনাচক্রে মঞ্চে উপস্থিত চারটি ব্যক্তি এই বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের আর প্রাক্তনীদের সম্পর্কে ওদের প্রয়াস আমরা প্রথমে বিশিষ্ট ব্যক্তির অভ্যর্থনা জানাতে গিয়ে তাদের ছাত্রীরা দেবেন সুমন অভ্যর্থনা জানানো। এবার অনুরোধ করব আমাদের চিরঞ্জিত হাতে এবার পালা যাদবপুরের সহোপাচার্য প্রফেসর অধ্যাপক তার হাতে বক্তব্য দিচ্ছেন আমাদের সবশেষে বক্তব্য দেওয়া হচ্ছে জয়পুরের অ্যালুমনি সেলের আহ্বায়ক কনভেনর ডক্টর শান্ত রায়কে। আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানের অন্যতম কারিগর শান্ত রায়। এবার আপনাদের আমাদের মঞ্চে প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলন করে দ্বিতীয় আনুষ্ঠানিক উদ্বোধন
পুরো সেন্টারে
আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ। এখন উদ্বোধনী সঙ্গীত পরিবেশনায় যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের
staff members of the university. An illustrious alumnus of our university who has journeyed from Professor of Chemical Engineering, exceeding in both teaching and research, and held prestigious administrative posts as Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology and Pro-Vice Chancellor, to finally being the highest chair of the university from November 2025, none other than Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. I would now welcome our Honorable Chancellor, Chancellor Sir, kindly take the podium and speak a few words to grace the occasion.
Hello. So we are having distinguished alumni, esteemed faculty members, dear students, respected guests, friends of the university and all support staff. So warm welcome to all of you and Happy New Year. Happy New Year 2026. So we are having with us our chief guest, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, and alumnus of Mechanical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University, 1996 pass out, and presently the director of Alumni. So definitely proud of him. We are also having Professor Amitabh Dutta, Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, also an alumnus of Jadavpur University from Mechanical Engineering 1987 and Faculty of Power Engineering Department, and a good friend of mine. He's also on us. And obviously, our convener, who is taking all the roles of just connecting with all the elements, all the elements. Shushanto. Shushanto is also there. So, I'm basically an alumnus of Jadavpur University, 1989 pass out from the Department of Chemical Engineering and also the Professor of Chemical Engineering, and presently holding the chair of Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. So, today we are celebrating the Alumni Day 2026. This occasion is not merely a gathering, it's a homecoming, a reaffirmation of the profound bond that each one of you shares with extraordinary institutions. On behalf of the entire Jadavpur University family, I welcome you back home. Your presence today fills this campus with renewed energy, hope, and nostalgia. It reminds us that a university is not built only by its infrastructure or academic program. It is built by the people who carry its value into the world. Basically, when I was the pro-vice chancellor of Jadavpur University during the tenure of 2019 to 2023. And during that particular tenure of pro-vice chancellor, particularly in the year 2023, Professor Amitabh Dutta assumed the charge of pro-vice chancellor in February 2023. He floated an idea to form an alumni on behalf of Jadavpur University. So at that time, I was also the pro-vice chancellor. Professor Chiranjeev was the vice chancellor, and also supported that particular idea. And lately, the alumni has been formed. But I left the University in the month of July 2023 after expiry of 10 years as a vice chancellor. And because I was having some other assignment as a president of the School of Council of Higher Secondary Education, that assignment is still going on as an additional activity. But after returning here, I found that the academic cell is doing very well. In fact, I was already in touch with Jadavpur University. And Professor Dotto, taken up this particular responsibility of continuing with this particular alumnus, the activities of alumnus cell, and we got a very good response from all the alumni of Jadavpur University. Jadavpur University has always been more than an academic institution. It has been a movement out of the spirit of national reconstruction, shaped by the progressive ideas and strengthened by the generation of thinkers, creators, scientists, reformers, and leaders. Each building, each culture, each classroom here holds the echoes of the past and the aspiration for the future. Our alumni are the living extension of that legacy. You have carried the name of Jadavpur University to every corner of the world, to leading research laboratories, global corporations, classrooms, design studios, public institutions, startups, social service organizations. Wherever you have taken with you the intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, the humility, and the social concepts that define this institution. As Professor in Registered Pro-Vice Chancellor and finally the Vice Chancellor, I have had the privilege of hearing the countless stories from the alumni, the stories of lifelong friendship formed here, of teachers, ignited passion, of challenges that shaped the character, of imaginative leaps that began on this campus. And today, seeing so many of you return, I am reminded once again that the strength of Jadavpur University lies in its remarkable people. So, during the last 1 year, we have done many things. Jadavpur University has done many things. In spite of several hurdles, our faculty members have produced pioneering research that is being recognized nationally and globally, and it is manifested in different national and international ranking that Jadavpur University secured, particularly the position that Jadavpur University has. Our students have excelled in academic, sports, cultural domain, innovation, competitions, and entrepreneurship. The university has expanded partnerships with opening doors to collaborative research, joint programs, and international exposure. Several departments have initiated interdisciplinary research clusters addressing complex problems in sustainable development, digital technologies, health sciences, material innovation, environmental resilience, and humanities, and social justice studies, infrastructure upgrades, including modernization of laboratories, digital platform, transforming the teach, learn, and all these accomplishments are possible because of collective spirit, a spirit rooted in the humility, resilience, and continuous learning. But we also recognize that there remain many challenges to be addressed. Enhancing research funding, expanding facilities, promoting inclusivity, and preserving our cultural and academic heritage while embracing the demands of a rapidly changing world. And as we move forward, the role of our alumni becomes even more crucial. This, this morning, this is also a celebration of the remarkable diversity within our alumni community. You are the leading scientists contributing to cutting-edge technologies, artists and writers shaping cultural discourse, entrepreneurs building the successful makers, public servants making government more human and efficient, social activists working tirelessly to uplift communities, educators inspiring young minds, and countless others who quiet but meaningful contribution every day. Your achievement reminds us that education is not merely knowledge acquisition. It is about shaping lives, fostering values, and building character. On the behalf of the university, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to all the alumni who have made significant contribution in their field. We are proud of you and your success strengthens our resolve to nurture excellence in every student who works through forgets. So basically, we are getting lots of cooperation and help from all the alumni of our Jadavpur University during last 2 years. In fact, while I was at the position of Pro Vice Chancellor, the Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation has been formed, and actually they interacted with the different alumni who are basically residing at countries. And I get along with several other particular chapter of the alumni chapter in different countries like Singapore, as well as the Britain, Germany, etc. So they all wanted to basically contribute for the building of the Jadavpur University. But main motivation that was lacking is basically from our part that we need to coordinate. And that is the purpose of the alumni cell for which it has been formed. Basically for the coordination, it is basically for the coordination among all the alumni so that we can interact with them and we can get necessary support, suggestions, and help from all the alumni of Jadavpur University. Finally, I don't want to continue further. I'm coming to the conclusion. But before I conclude, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the alumni cell, the organizing committee, the faculty colleagues, the administrative staff, volunteers, the participants who have made this event possible. To our alumni, thank you for returning, thank you for remembering, and thank you for continuing to believe in the spirit of Jadavpur University. As we step into 2026, this gathering marks the beginning of renewed friendship, new collaborations, and a deeper engagement with your alma mater. Let us go forward with pride in our past, confidence in our present, and hope for our future. Happy Alumni Day 2026 and welcome home once again. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Very much, Mr. for your stop, for encouraging us to move along.
যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের মেকানিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বিই এমই করার পরে আইআইটি খড়গপুর থেকে পিএইচডি করে যাদবপুরে পাওয়ার ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এর শিক্ষক হয়ে তারপর একসময় যাদবপুরের উন্নয়নের জন্য পড়ুয়াদের সাহায্যের জন্য প্রাক্তনীদের কাছে টানার জন্য শুরু করলেন জার্মানির চেষ্টা শুরু করলেন জার্মানির উন্নয়ন ফেলো প্রফেসর অমিতাভ দত্ত। যাদবপুরের সহোপাচার্য প্রফেসর অমিতাভ দত্ত এখন প্রাক্তনীদের কাছে অনুরোধ জানাবেন।
Very good morning to all of you and very happy to be here. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, Director, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, Convener of the Alumni Cell, Professor Shushanto Roy, distinguished alumni members have assembled here and who are following the program online, the YouTube channel, faculty members of the university, scholars and students who are present today. I am very much delighted to be here on the second Alumni Day celebration program organized by the University Alumni Cell. This is an initiative which we took in the last year when on the 4th of January 2025, we assembled to celebrate for the first time an occasion of homecoming of the alumni members of the university by the call of the university. We, from a very long time tradition, we had reunion being organized by various departments where alumni of the departments assemble. But this is the first time last year when, on behalf of the university, we gave a call to our alumni members to come and be with us, making a bond with the alumni and the university. we have been passed during the last 1 year. All of you know that. I will not repeat those things here. For the senior alumni who have come here, I would like to give a brief overview about the university that we are having today. Many of you have graduated from the university in the 60s or 70s and may not be knowing how the university have grown since then. Presently, the university is having 4 faculties. Maybe during your time, the 4th faculty was not there. Earlier we had 3 faculties, but then in 2012, we introduced a 4th faculty, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Law and Management, along with the 3 faculties that we had from the inception, Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Science, and Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Together in these 4 faculties, we are having 37 departments and 21 interdisciplinary schools which are part of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. These interdisciplinary schools do not offer undergraduate course. Some of them or many of them offer postgraduate courses, but all of them are involved in high quality research in interdisciplinary areas involving faculty members from different departments along with their own faculty members who are there in the schools. Presently, altogether, we are having nearly 11,000 plus students on campus, including both the campuses that we have. We have 10 campuses at Salt Lake. Most of you know that. We have more than 11,000 students and more than 2,000 research scholars doing their PhD. Out of nearly 2/3 are male and 1/3 are female. Then the university, despite all the constraints that we are having, are doing fairly well in academics and research, and this is reflected in the various rankings and accreditations in which we participated in the last year. You may be knowing that in the last ARF ranking, which is organized by the Department of Education, Government of India, the University, Jadavpur University was ranked as first in the state university category and 9th in the overall university category. In the overall category involving all academic institutions participating in higher ranking, most of the high-ranked institutions of the country we participate. Jadavpur University's rank was 18th. We fairly maintain this type of ranking within the top 10 as universities since the time we joined in this ranking. We joined from the second year of the ranking. That means from 2017, and maintaining our rank more or less within the top 10 universities every year. This is despite all the difficulties and constraints that we had and we are going through during our journey. In the international ranking field, Jadavpur participated in US ranking, and in the US ranking, the rank of the university was 76, which is 50 positions compared to the previous year. The previous year we were in the 721 to 731 band. We also have a rank in US sustainability ranking, and 12 of the departments of the university ranked in top 500 in US subject ranking. So these are some of the achievements that we have. We also had accreditation of NAC the last year, where we had rated with A+ grade, 3.46 out of 4 points. And we also had 5 of our undergraduate engineering programs accredited by National Board of Accreditation (NBA). In research, the faculty members and research scholars of the university are doing and contributing regularly in high impact journals as the outcome of research We also undertake various sponsored research projects funded by government agencies and industry as well. And the faculty members also participate in industrial consultancy through the industry partnerships of the university. You'll be knowing that a group of researchers of Stanford University regularly every year publish the ranked researchers of the world. 2% of researchers, and Jadavpur University in the last publication had one of the researchers in that list of 2% top 2% world top researchers is the highest number from any university of India, putting aside IIS and IIT. So these are the contributions. These contributions are because of the dedication of the faculty members, scholars, and students of the university. And regarding the alumni cell of the university, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor has already said, it was established 2 years back in 2023. When Vice Chancellor Suranjan Das took the decision to start alumni cell in order to foster relationship with the alumni members of the university who are spread all around the world and contribute heavily in every field that you can think of. And since then, in the last 2 years, we have taken a few small steps in doing our activities in building this relationship, and we are getting very good response from the members from all around. I mentioned only a few things that we could do in the last couple of years with the contribution of the alumni. The alumni have come forward either individually or through their foundation or association. Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation, which is based in the US, in California, is taking a lead role in supporting the university in developing various infrastructural projects. The support of the Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation and also with some of the Rotary Club of Kolkata, we could upgrade the accessible library that we have, which is a unique library in the sense that it caters to the need of the visually impaired students of the university. We have nearly 150 visually impaired students in every academic category, undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD. For their need, university started a library, and we call it accessible library in the year 2018. We did not have much of the facilities there. With the support of the Global JU Alumni Foundation and the Rotary clubs, we could upgrade the facilities of the accessible library, introducing various state-of-art equipment in the library that will definitely help the student powers as well as similar other students in the city of Calcutta. Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation has also contributed in supporting different laboratories, the chemical engineering department, mechanical engineering department, electrical engineering department, production engineering department, and geological science department, and they are also helping in some of the individual projects of the faculty members. We to start a unique program for certificate course in zero liquid discharge with the support of Global JU Foundation. This is unique in the sense that you may be knowing that UGC is now giving funds on apprenticeship embedded degree programs, and the ZLD course, which we will be starting very soon, is one such. It will be an 8 months duration course, out of which 4 months of time the students will spend in various industries as apprentices to get knowledge about zero liquid discharge, which they will be able to give back to the industry after the completion course. So these are some of the activities that we could do with scholarships. They also give medals and certificates to the meritorious students, which act as motivation for them. Individually, many of our alumni members are coming forward to support the university. I would mention the name of Mr. Shano Chattopadhyay, who is an alumnus of 1981 batch chemical engineering, and is presently the president of manufacturing division of Mark Pharmaceuticals, which is one of the leading pharmaceutical company of the world. He has come forward individually and through his company CSR grant in order to renovate the unit operation lab in the chemical engineering department, which is the second biggest lab in the university after the workshop. And the laboratory is entirely renovated with the support of MSD India, which is the Indian division of pharmaceuticals, and Shano Chattopadhyay. I would like to mention the name of Dipankar Shanal in this regard. Dipankar, who is an alumnus of the university and also a faculty member in the mechanical engineering department, contributed heavily in order to make this project successful. Dipankar is also involved in various other activities of the alumni cell, and in order to fulfill the dream of the alumni as they are contributing for the growth of the university. I would also like to mention the name of another esteemed alumnus of the university, unfortunately, who is no longer with us, Mr. Himendra Narayan Choudhury, who was an alumnus of mechanical engineering department in 1963 batch, graduate batch. His family members, his wife and children, they supported the department of mechanical engineering with a contribution of $10,000 in order to laboratory and advanced measurement laboratory in the department, which has come up. Another laboratory is also coming up with the same funding, which is the AIM laboratory in the mechanical engineering department. We are also receiving CSR grants from other industries as well. For example, Excite Limited, they are developing laboratory in the electrical engineering department. Power Grid has also developed a laboratory in the electrical engineering department. They have developed a laboratory in electronics and telecommunication engineering department, and likewise also looking up to some other industries for CSR fund. I would also like to mention the name of Professor Siddharth Jain, who contributed to develop the infrastructure of the institution innovation council in the university. Institutions Innovation Council has been working towards the fulfillment of the innovative ideas of students and scholars as well as of the faculty members, and they are taking up the innovative ideas for incubation and startup, and Shitata's contribution actually helped us to develop the infrastructure in the space given by the university to Institutes Innovation Council. I would also like to mention the alumni of 1975 batch who joined the university, and from Amitabh. With this contribution, we could renovate and upgrade some of the seminar halls in the university, the KP Boshu Memorial Hall, and in the TUIP building, which are just opposite to the KP Boshu Memorial Hall. With this, we are now having three developed seminar halls for organizing conferences and seminars with multiple sessions within the university. I would like to mention the contribution of the alumni members from the civil engineering department. In the civil engineering department, every year, the alumni who are completing the 25th year of their graduation are supporting their department with some infrastructure development. And this year, graduates internship and also in their placement. Mentorship is one of the very important things that we can think of in present day. We look up to our alumni members in giving their support in mentoring the present generation students. The technology today is changing very fast, and it is not always possible for the faculty members to keep pace with such a rapid change in the technological sector. Alumni members who are there in the profession, if they can help university students in in regard, that will be very much beneficial for the students of the university. And we look forward to your support in this regard. We also look up to our alumni delivering special lectures for the students. Some of the departments have already taken initiative in that. For example, the production engineering department, they are regularly organizing special lectures by the alumni. And similar initiative has also taken the mechanical engineering department and power engineering department. I would also like to mention that some of the alumni of the Salt Lake campus, they contributed in having an ambulance for the Salt Lake campus, which was a need for students of Salt Lake campus, because Salt Lake campus is also having a hospital within the campus. So these are the various other things for which we look up to the alumni. We are already receiving much support from our alumni members, and I think that in the coming days, this support will grow. Alumni are important stakeholders of the university. We always like to have you in development and growth of the university, and I am sure that in the coming days we will have you. We are slowly building up the relationship. We are trying to get as many contacts of the alumni members in the alumni cell, and if you also help us in getting more contacts of the alumni members, that will be very useful for the cell in contacting the alumni members. At last, I would like to thank members of the alumni cell, convener Professor Sushant Rai, Professor Parokta Bhattacharjee, Mrs. Devati Sinha Chaudhary, and others for taking all the initiatives in organizing this Alumni Day program. I hope that all the alumni members who have assembled here will enjoy the day with us, and we look forward to get your support, your advice, and anything which you like to be in the university. With these few words, I conclude and hope that we will have an enjoyable stay within the university. Thank you very much.
ধন্যবাদ। এভাবেই সকলকে নিয়ে আগামী দিনেও আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকুন আপনি।
Hello, I will now call upon Dr. Sushant Rai, convener of the Alumni Cell of the University, to speak to us on the activities of the alumni. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. Happy New Year. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Amitabh Datta, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Shubham Chakraborty, distinguished delegates, faculty members, dear alumni present here too. It's a great honor for me to address this esteemed gathering on behalf of Alumni Cell. At outset, I must thank all alumni for making the event possible through their gracious support and courtesy. Jadavpur University Alumni Cell is acting as a vibrant bridge between alumni and their alumni, fostering a strong engagement. It connects the university's rich legacy with present initiatives and future aspirations, strengthening the bond across the generations. strengthens the communications between the university and its alumni, directly through the alumni associations or directly through the alumni members, promoting the collaboration of mutual assistance. Here, I must mention categorically that we don't have any conflict, any alumni associations or alumni groups or chapters around the globe. Rather, we need the help of all such alumni chapters around the globe. I must mention here, we are actually getting help from different alumni chapters in the world, such as Global Alumni Youth Foundation, Southern California, USA, alumni chapters, East Coast alumni chapters, USA, and our own alumni association also in our own campus. We communicate various news and events of our university with our alumni. I think a few of you already are getting the newsletters of our university regularly. If you are not getting, that means you are not in our database. So I will ask all of you to just access the Google form and register yourself in the alumni database. And many times I have a question that is there any registration fee for alumni cell? Like all the alumni chapters, alumni associations have registration fee to be a member. So I said that we don't have any alumni member registration because we are already the alumni of your university. How we can take the membership of this sale, because you are already an alumni, you are already a graduate from this university. Only the thing that you have to do, you have to access the Google form, you have to fill up the data of yourself, and you have to be a member of alumni. That's it. So apart from that, we also approach for alumni for needs of our university and its students. On the other hand, you as an alumnus or an alumni association can share important information or suggestions with the university with the help of our which help our students in their academics and professional development. If you as an alumnus is facing any problem or you think that the university can help you to resolve that, so you can directly contact the alumnus through our website or our alumni cell mail. I'm sure that with your enthusiasm and dedication, our university will continue to strive united by common pursuit with academic excellence, pioneering research, and global distinction. Once again, thank you all for blessing this auspicious occasion with your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright, for letting us know the activities of the Alumni Cell and how to become a prestigious member of the same and also contribute towards it. This is screen goes out. Screen it up a bit. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to welcome Professor Shuman Chakraborty, who has expanded his individuality to being a phenomenon in science and engineering. His accolades and distinctions are testimonials of this. Glimpses of his remarkable achievements are presented here. As you see, I already mentioned by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, that he has been an alumnus of the university as a lecturer in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and concurrently pursuing doctoral research at IIT Bangalore. His career excellence is flanked with innumerable accolades. To mention a few, that he has been the inventor of paper and pencil microfluidics technology, ranging to disruptive medical diagnostic technologies to take care of healthcare and people at a personal level. Of innumerable accolades that he has to his credit, some of them are worth mentioning. The TWAS Award for Innovations in Affordable Medical Diagnostics for Microfluidics Technology in 2026. He has been the Legendary Teachers Award winner in 2025. The National Award for Teachers from the Honorable President of India in 2023. Had won the prestigious Infosys Prize in the category of Engineering, Computer Science for advancing healthcare with nanoscale innovations. And always, he has also been a Bhatnagar Award recipient by the Government of India SAR in 2013. He is a fellow of innumerable organizations and associations, to name a few: JC Bose National Fellow, Royal Society of Chemistry of UK, Fellow of the American Physical Society, and of course, INSA, NASI, and Alumni. His early career as a young scientist are also noteworthy, where he had won the Scopus Young Scientist Award in Engineering from LCP in 2008, had also been the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship in 2005, and his PhD thesis on computational fluid dynamics had claimed the Best International Thesis Award in the year 2002. And of late, he has also been in the newspapers on and off, where he has made remarkable contributions not only in building students as engineers, but also for making them into beautiful human beings, giving them life-building skills. Where Jadavpur has come to his mention because of his efforts in first initiating well-being courses for human, and also being the first in India institute under his lectureship that he has rolled out a master's course in the Indian knowledge system, emphasizing on the range of Ayurveda to yoga to Panini grammar and to ending Arthashastra and things like that. So this is really this incredible span of from science to engineering to humanities. And ladies and gentlemen, so we are not waiting any longer, but if you have to speak, so I call upon Professor Shuman Chakraborty to grace the occasion. Hello. We request you to please in the audience if you are any present.
Good afternoon. What I would say, this is perhaps the greatest honor that any former student would have to be a part of such a grand Alumni Day celebration. I will start with expressing my every gratitude. I cannot have words to describe that whatever I do professionally in my career, a lion's share there, Jadavpur University.
I'm indeed honored to see many of my teachers working here across generations. Very senior Professor Shomi Saha, almost of the age group of my own father, to Professor Shivaji Chakraborty, I am in the front, perhaps one among the best teachers whom we have seen in our mechanical engineering department, although electrical and mechanical are like India and Pakistan. But having said that, that was one Pakistani player we accepted quite well, and many other teachers like Sintuda, Achintuda, Swanetuda, possibly Diptenda is also there somewhere, and I can see quite a few I am also not able to see. But overall, I would say that it's of course a moment of nostalgia. Having said that, I thought very carefully that what I will speak about today. So if I speak about my impression about you, as I viewed as a student, it would take 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, I do not know. And it will be everlasting and really enjoyable to relate. Having said that, what I realize are now, while there in my position at IIT, could I realize that when alumni come back and speak about something, uh, there are pros and cons of what they are talking about. So usually they are talking about certain things. See, the most important pros is they love this. Absolutely nothing, denying that. But there is a negative effect of, what they're speaking about. They're usually speaking about by carrying certain perceptions by virtue of, their own student life and extrapolating to that. In that way, I am giving a disclaimer that certain things I may speak in a way which might not be fitting to what the present context of JU is. But sometimes we read things in the newspaper, and also I'm quite well connected to the JU community overall. I not only studied here, but I also very briefly, including the Salt Lake campus. Professor Amitav Dotto was mentioning that some mentioned about my connection with the campus, but forgot about possibly my connection with the then power planting department, which doesn't exist anymore. It is now engineering department. Everybody wants to be powerful, so in that way, it's very good. Now, I will divide this, what I am going to talk about, into two parts. One is perspective of a former JU student. And, this I have started narrating in my own way. And thoughts on why alumni engagement is central to possibly JU next to. So, what I have done is, in my computer it is coming and going, I do not know. Maybe a connection problem or whatever. And in the computer it is just coming and yeah, the honor of distinguished alumnus award and in the mechanical engineering department gave a presentation. So my young, very bright colleague from IISc, Saptoshi, who is also alumnus of the same department, we'll see a lot of commonality. And don't blame me, Saptoshi, within this very short time, I make a complete different presentation as an alumnus of an institute. So, I try to adapt according to a few things. So, as a student and as a teacher, what we have seen over the years is education is transforming significantly. And in fact, many of the alumni expectations and alumni connections are also very much related to this dynamic change. To explain everything, what I realized as a teacher is always to give extreme example. So I have put one extreme example of, say, a school level reasonably challenging mathematics question 30 years back now. So there is a question that there is a rectangle. Take some part of that out, maybe quarter of a circle and find out the area. It is not a by any chance any difficult problem, but this was a standard problem in class 17, etc. at some point of time. Now, then came progressively the modern era. It is continuing, and we have to understand how in this modern era we have to still run. We have to still run the teaching learning framework and set up a robust education system. So just to give an example of what I am meaning, and this is affecting university education or higher education also equally. And someone then mentioned that this is a very hard problem and it is affecting students' mental health or well-being. So what we should do? One objective is simplify the question. So the next is calculate the area of the rectangle. Now those parts of circle are no more removed. But someone says that area of a rectangle is a very difficult question to answer because you have to know the formula of area of a rectangle and it is not that easy to remember. So now the paper setter says find it by multiplying the length by the width. Then someone says that that is fine. The
anyway is prompted. Then someone says even the question of finding the area of a rectangle is giving panic in the mind of a student and is giving significant mental stress. So how do you get rid of the mental stress? So color the rectangle with the color of your choice. So this is perhaps the way which we have come into the educational context over the years. Now in terms of the context, we have at least most of us have been students maybe around 25-30 years back. We have seen this changing context very emphatically because in the prime time of our studentship, we have seen the reflection of industrial age in the curriculum, and in the prime time of our teachership, we are seeing the intelligence age influencing the curriculum. So we are having definitely AI, automation, open web revolution, and literally there is always a question that what a teacher can do. I was a student. People had a complaint, and many of our teachers also had a complaint that we don't like to attend the classes. And we had many different mechanisms of avoiding the classes, avoiding the exams, etc. So nowadays, people that the students want, some students in IIT, I feel that they are still very backward, but understand that to sort of make what I would say strategic things with the minds of the teachers. We need all those things, but at least we knew that what the teachers are teaching are important for us. Why? Because I'm not getting the note anywhere, and photocopying the note in Jadavpur University is, I think, one of the most important startup businesses that could be there. Just opposite this one. All those photocopy shops, the Xerox shops, with in those days 5 rupee level along with that. And I can recall that before my own exam, photocopy my own notes, because I did not have the confidence that whether I attended the classes or not. So some people were collecting notes. They collected notes from me also, the overall bunch. I realized that nowadays it could be a good startup, but not at present, because at present those notes are not required. I sometimes used to jokingly say that in those days in university there were lecturer, reader, and professor. Lecturer used to prepare well for the whatever is to be taught. Reader will usually read the material, and that is the reader. And professor is above all. Professor, people cannot ask any question. Professor will give more or less philosophy of so many things in life and all. And the only way in which teachers could survive in those days, I found that because such a rapid change in things was not there, that old yellow notes, so nice, in the photocopy shop they will become white. And they will become white for 2, 3, 5 years, and again in photocopy. So it will become again white. In that way, it used to continue. And they were excellent materials. But unfortunately, now you cannot drag even a very good student with such a material. It is no more, such, I would say thousands of such material, if not more, even in a much better shape are available free open web. One doesn't have to pay even a single fee for that, except the internet connection 1 month, whatever has to be paid. So now, when there is so much of content, what is the thing about teachers teach content? This is a fundamental question that none of us actually ask ourselves. Why we do not ask is because we feel that if we are not teaching the content, we will teach. So that is number one. And number two is, now with teaching comes the assessment. I asked some of our young colleagues that 4-year BTech question papers take away those, what I would say, very convoluted questions that even some of our teachers also used to ask, and we used to get single digit marks. I still remember, but I'm not trying to remember that because out of panic I cannot say anything more. But even then, on an average, the nature of questions on exams are such that if you give it to any generative AI, say ChatGPT will usually get answer with more than 90% accuracy. That means ChatGPT will get the highest rating. So now, when all the questions are given to ChatGPT and ChatGPT is able to give answer, if a student comes and why should I have a year of case study, what answer should be? Of course, we know that logic is flawed. A great poet has a beard and I have a beard, therefore I am equal to the great poet. Not like that. But the question is, how do you answer? Now, if we answer that there is significant gap in traditional education, that gap is not a negative or lecture. That gap is faced because of the modern technological evolution. Still, the rote learning dominates. That means simple language commit to memory and commit on the paper. Teachers are so much bothered about attendance, number one, and number two, malpractice in the exam. Be JU, be IIT, and these two are the biggest difference of a teacher. That if because of enforcing attendance, student has to come and otherwise student is not coming, that means student is not feeling that it is important, whatever is it. Number one. Number two, that if you have to keep large number of invigilators and then also there is malpractice and all, that is one question you are asking for which there is no thought process required. Somewhere the answer is there and the student has just to reproduce it. So one has to see that how in the modern era when you have these memorization skills absolutely not that important, how we can get into the real different class of higher education. I believe JU should lead in that. Why? No, I will tell you. Why the different style of higher education is important is because if the students find there is a type of education which links with their ambitions, their goals, their aspirations, and their purpose, I think that that connect with the education will come back. JU is of course not only for engineering but because I am an engineering student here, I would say that the critical components which are building up the present engineering education, it is significantly different from when 5 years back what people thought about it, is feel, think, and build philosophy. So feel means there has to be an empathy or context awareness. Think is the most important thing. Whatever we are going to teach, it should inculcate the practice of critical thinking and interdisciplinary reasoning. I can remember that a long time back in my early career, in fluid mechanics class in IIT Kharagpur, there was a student from computer science, and he is currently a faculty of our computer science department. So he was perhaps the only student of choice to teach as additional or whatever. And many other students, they thought that it may be worth trying it. And some of them asked me that why we are at all we should study fluid mechanics, although I have computer science, electrical, whatever, where mechanics is not. So thought that I can give always a technical answer that you may have computer requires cooling, fluid may be required for cooling, transfer, etc. I did not get into that because that is more technical. So what I said is that be it fluid mechanics, be it whatever, these subjects will always have some questions and problems which will sharpen your analytical reasoning ability. And those abilities are the things that will matter, not exactly what you are learning. Now I realize how correct I was, because now every 2-3 months when contents are changing, what content to teach? So only that ability to synthesize new things, learn new things, and unlearn some of the things, doing it dynamically over the years is something which is so important. And that's why the big university system like AU play a real changing role. Again, it always comes back to me that when the first day when I went for my counseling in this university, I think in Gandhi Bhavan it was there. In those days, there was no such online thing. Whatever was my rank, in those days people wanted to study electronics as as the first choice. I was sure I would not get electronics. But the remaining subjects, computer science is always, by the name of computer science, I say that the oral and nasopharyngeal swab comes out of the body space. So, computer science, I thought that maybe I should put my name somewhere. But, I was uncertain, so I don't know what came to my mind in the form. I kept mechanical and then electrical and so on. In an era when electrical engineering dominates, at least we can boast that in our era, electrical engineering was nowhere close to the rank in which mechanical was close. And everyone was very happy to be a mechanical student and not Shivali, please don't mind. So now I found when I went for the counseling that electronics I am not taking as usual, but computer science I am taking. And not only me, several of our classmates were getting computer science, and in those days handwritten things were there. So it was quite possible that I would cut sort of mechanical engineering as a choice, bring computer science on the top of that and get into computer science. But fortunately, I would say fortunately, and I'll tell you why. That did not happen. I realized that there are some senior teachers of mechanical engineering in the council, and they said that mechanical engineering is an evergreen subject, you should study mechanical engineering and all. And frankly speaking, I had no idea in what engineering, what is taught. So I liked mechanics a bit, and I thought mechanical engineering and mechanics have some connection there. And so I took mechanical engineering. Now, when our friends know about it, they tell that, well, maybe after several years of study, I have become partly mad. But even at that time, I was mad because I did not choose computer science. What a person can be. Even getting a seat in IIT, and I got admission in IIT but not studied. So some people say, "Arey, such a brand you did not study." Then another fool. So many fools decorated here. What I realize is that at the end, what you carry out of learning is not exactly number one where did you study and number two what did you study. And this is what I say is something for which JU is so good, because JU will make you forget what you studied and JU will make you forget where you studied. These two are not usually the things such a open platform as a university. Now, in the modern era, we are having a significant AI-driven component and availability of open tools, simulators, and so on. So, institutions like GE, I believe that there is a tremendous opportunity that it evolves as an innovation ecosystem rather than just a university. We can have studios and co-creation environment with industry and society. And I realize that faculty must be mentors and not instructors. I have no hesitation in saying that some of the best mentors that I have had as faculty are teachers of this university. Absolutely were students. The way in which he acted like a mentor, he, Professor Swarnim Sen, Professor Ken Mishra, and a few others, I would never forget. And this was a time when people did not realize the role of mentorship that much, which in the modern era, faculty must evolve as mentors. And JU is, I think, naturally so good at that. And number two, this is where also, JU is so advanced. Students are builders of solutions, not students as reproducers of what is written in the book and, getting the answer. So, a future engineer, what I would think, definitely required to have a scientist's mind, and that is why science and related background is important. But also, entrepreneur's drive and humanist soul. And these three combination, if we say this deadly combination, exists at only rare places out of which JU is one. So, in that context, coming to my second, that why alumni should matter, both in the global context and in the JU context. All of us know that the JU alumni are there everywhere in the world, and they also have same experience. Leading universities are nowadays working with alumni as partners. And alumni, in many cases, are shaping academics, research, relevance, student opportunity, and reputation. All these are also important for the ranking of the institution. Just its actual progress. JU has one of India's most diverse and intellectually influential alumni base. Absolutely no doubt about it. But yet engagement remains fragmented. And it is so true. See, I am a part of the alumni WhatsApp group of mechanical engineering department. Today's global, the so-called global alumni event is not announced in the mechanical engineering department's WhatsApp group. So I think that it remains fragmented, and there is nothing wrong with that. But if we want to leverage on what JU collectively wants to do, then these are small things where one could look into. There is a significant opportunity of converting pride and nostalgia into structured institutional partnership, and that is where JU's unique alumni advocacy, strong presence across academia, industry, public policy, arts, culture, technology. Many areas, I think today in film studies there is a panel discussion. And JU is phenomenal in all these different liberal arts or media communication. Deep culture of intellectual independence, debate, and social issues, and their humanities, science, engineering integration. And alumni engagement in JU therefore must be intellectually rich and just production. So, what I would say, and I give a disclaimer to this, that I have absolutely no recipe of what is the perfect way of alumni engagement. But what we see in IIT is always a trigger. So, just 3-4 days back, when one of the newspapers came that possibly 2000 batch or some batch of IIT Delhi is contributing 70 crores as an endowment. 20 of the people are, maybe hundreds of the people are flooding that in WhatsApp to create irritation in my mind. So if that irritation is created, I should jump and say that some batch should give 100 crore, 200 crore, and then some senior batches were saying, we have given much more. IIT KGP doesn't know how to pass things. So that blame also comes to me when it happened. I was in a private school. So, but whatever it is, people are also engaged and very much concerned. Now, what I find in JU, as in the view of a former student, not anyone else, that we have certain fragmented events, like annual events of the departments, etc. So there are events. I don't know whether there is significant fundraising activity centrally in the mechanical engineering. Something started, and I know everybody wanted to put a bit of nothing as compared to what all of us have become in life, but still people have started contributing in some. And what I find is that there are three pillars of all these alumni events. Another is if there is a little bit of fundraising, and third is nostalgia. That in Bangla we say "Purano sei diner kotha." Now with this combination, the real advancement of university will not work with alumni. These things will keep happening, but the real advancement will not. So alumni engagement should be perceived as a long-term ecosystem and as a shared mission. And I would say that there are many ways of looking into it, but when I gave a thought, four integrated pillars, and these are very strongly integrated: belonging, contribution, cooperation, and legacy. Belongingness is of course the fundamental thing, and I think that everyone has. Even today, if I have 10 minutes of time free at Kolkata, and if 10 people call me other than my own parents, I would come if JU calls first. Absolutely, no matter whoever. So this is the thing is that nobody can change. And these pillars have to be used, quite carefully. Belonging is usually nurtured by identity recognition, department and batch communities. And this is on a departmental scale. Things are now much better. Contribution, mentorship, teaching, research, internship experience. I have carefully and purposefully not put any money here. That money people can contribute. People who have significant richness, they can contribute if they have that heart, soul giving. And if they do not have the money they do not give. But there is in-kind contribution that can be invaluable. That I tell IIT alumni also. That we cannot have every alumni being thought of as equal to wealth conversion mechanism, like energy conversion. So not like that. We have to imagine that some alumni are so good and so experienced in certain areas. If we can take their mentorship in that, significantly more valuable than just one-time person. That is really what it is. So JU, I think, has an excellent opportunity of co-creating alumni-led centers, platforms, programs, and global networks. And because of the legacy of the university and the heritage and generation after generation graduating from the same place, we can easily have name fellowships, chairs, programs, and cultural and intellectual endowment where people will also pay to support this. Now, in this respect, what global best practices teach us? Alumni equally are treated as strategic stakeholders and not episodic guests. And there are clear engagement pathways and professional alumni offices. And faculty alumni integration acts the core design principle of the institutional programs, not like occasional things. And with modern data science era, data-driven engagement, transparency, continuity, very important. People are having databases of alumni from they are doing very interesting analytics. And that analytics is reflected in a strategy of how to engage alumni. So this is a small vision for JU alumni engagement. Build a global JU alumni ecosystem, advance knowledge society, a global system. Not just students and early career scholars. Very important because I think where JU should be very proud of, and I think this is actually the point of pride, that with 20 rupees per month education, the way in which JU alumni have flourished, I do not think there is any other model in the world. So, nurturing the students and early career scholars is absolutely very critical. Preserve JU intellectual independence while expanding globally. But the caution is, do not misuse intellectual independence in the name of hooliganism, etc. Telling it very, very clearly. And position alumni as creators of JU future. I have tried to identify a few strategic engagement tracks for JU, and I actually can see with scholarship and exposure. Then academic and research engagement, lectures, joint research initiatives and fellowships. Industry and innovation engagement, internships, incubation and applied research. Society, culture and public on policy, art, debate and social innovation. This is primarily because of the strong humanities departmental that JU is having. And philanthropy and endowment, long-term institutional. So if one could build up pillars around this and build up strategies around these, then each of these could grow on their own. So this is a suggested 3 to 5 year timeline with attention for Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor. Year 1, build alumni database, digital platform and governance structure. This is just building database. Years 2 and 3, launch mentorship, alumni lectures and student fellowships. Years 3 and 5, alumni support research clusters, innovation platforms and endowments. And with all these, we already have a continuing what is the field of pride, of strong national ranking. Every year, CU is doing quite in the NIR, in the university category. Research output and public reputation. Now, it is impossible for any individual or any group of people to do it unless there is a governance model. So, how can this governance model be constituted? I think now JU has a dedicated alumni relations office. I do not know whether there is an educational staff, but it is possible to have some part-time engagement of some alumni working on this to set the system. But a dedicated alumni relations should be there. Whether the professor in charge is called as dean or not, it's a matter of the university thing. I, as an external person, I should not do that, but it should be a dedicated alumni relations office. Alumni Advisory Council with global and disciplinary diversity. Diversity is JU's strength. Strong linkage with faculty, department and student bodies. The alumni cell. And clear reporting, stewardships and transparency mechanism. That every alumni initiative comes with the proper visibility. Philanthropy, everywhere philanthropy is important. The JU philanthropy I have realized, it should be purposely aligned with JU ethos. That one has to keep in mind. Every university, every institution has some ethos, and JU has some ethos. That's not unnecessarily distill that to bring in professionalism into that. Name fellowships, chairs, programs, not just infrastructure. Endowment over ad hoc donations. So if someone gives ad hoc donations, I give you an example. In the COVID period, when donations came, the easy way of using the donation was to give rice and dal and everything to poor people. But if that could be utilized and mobilized as a source of fund to create some working opportunity for those who lost jobs during COVID, that could have been a different way to utilize that money. So do not take money as a soft way of giving charity the way we want to do by entering a table to give. What we are thinking that will forgive all the wrong things that we have done. So that kind of approach should not be there. And ask transparency and accountability as some of the foundations. So what could be a possible role of the JU leadership as well as the alumni leaders? Continuity, openness, and respect for institutional culture. The alumni leaders are bridge builders. They have to realize that they are not really part of JU. And the only thing for which they are so critical is that they naturally have institution first mindset. There are many people who have very selfish mindset coming into alumni activity. Avoid personality driven or narrow interest capture. I see this again as a bird's eye view. We see many alumni activities that many of the alumni activities are individually meant to satisfy the narrow interest of an individual. That is why institutional interest is not satisfied. So better not couple of slides on a bit of transformative paradigm of JU alumni country. Build a JU deep tech superpark. An innovation zone may be spanning 200 plus acres using PPP model. I don't know how much space is available by combining this Jadavpur and Salt Lake campus. But 200 acres is maybe a bit, it's too high. It's an indicative example. Unicorn pipeline. Institute run venture studio and try to build up a significant relationship with the venture capitalists who fund innovations. And in fact, IIT Jadavpur on 8th of January is organizing VC conclave in the research park at Raja in Kolkata. And many of you, if you want to please come and this is the first time we are doing it, that we are participating in all this, but we are trying out different things. And revenue independence vision, 50% of JU's budget, whatever it is, at some point of time, after 10 years, should come from IP, licensing, corporate labs, and translational technologies. If we can do that, then JU, with this little bit of funding, JU is grand, it will become the grandest. Nobody will be able to even compete with in any recipe. So it can, therefore, I think this is something that we can very easily do. World first alumni powered meta university. That is sort of physical, sort of thing which is beyond the two campuses. So alumni will run micro campus for research collaboration. For example, there is a JU TCS collaborating located in TCS and JU alumnus in TCS is running. I'm giving one example. Mobile classrooms hosted in tech universities. A JU global seminar for students. And believe me, many people who think that why people from other places to JU. Just in my recent visit to Germany, I think in TU Dresden, I was meeting with some people, and one of those, in every 2 minutes or 3 minutes, he was telling about his wonderful experience in staying at Kolkata, President's College, possibly as a foreign student, 30 years. And he stayed in a common hostel. And he used to eat common food. He came here to research water contamination. And these are practical living labs. So people cannot do research on what is the impact of water contamination on society at a place where there is no water contamination. So obviously, there are a lot of opportunities to host global for many business. And Kolkata is a big city. And therefore, it is also possible to create faculty residencies at alumni-led labs. It is also possible. For example, like, I have a microfluidics lab at IIT Jadavpur. I have never formalized such faculty residence, but several young faculty members from JU in different government or academic schemes have come there with fellowship and spent there. So we can formalize it certainly. And real-time participation in discussions. I have purposefully, not mentioned that decision-making people never make actual decision-making. That is the worst thing in any institution. Keep the decision in your hand because you have to run the show. Otherwise, you never have to run the show. They can keep yarn and go ahead. So, but you can have a good participation in the decisive discussion. At the end, it is up to the university authorities to implement. Alumni as global leaders. One can set up sectoral advisory board led by global alumni CEOs and scientists. And in my recent visit to the US, I found several of the CEOs and several of the top scientists, including interestingly, the professor in Stanford University who hosted my lunch, Shivashi Siddha. He is from electrical engineering, BTech of Stanford University, and MTech of IIT. So, there are many such people, and they realize that JU is unable to have this kind of significantly, eminent people. They are locally and they are all JU alumni. Easily, JU can tell you. That's it. Seed funding cycles followed by alumni investor networks. And JU World Senate of 100 global leaders advising the institute directly. This is different from the EC, etc. This is a global senate who will advise the institute. And whether the institute takes the advice or not, it is up to the institute. But top 100 global people all around JU Alumni. I think that can create a lot of at least thought process difference. So this global JU Alumni alliance will see alumni advisory boards of every major unit of excellence. Includes alumni strategic cooperation for frontier domains. And it can establish a strategic foresight council, JU Brain Trust, with rotating 12-member global alumni leadership. So that many people who are interested, they can take part in the deepest scientific technological development that JU students and faculty are interested to do, comparable to the top global universities. So finally, so everything is like a model, one alumnus mission engagement model. Because everyone will not do everything. So if you ask me to give 100 crores, I will say that you kill me and then make a post and put under the ground, even 100th of that also I may not have accepted. So what I think. But then JU alumni, if you ask them that give 100 crores, okay, we think, but they can actually give significantly more than that. So, process for good, how do you find? So, mission capsules, 30 minutes per month, short, high impact contributions. Only 30 minutes the alumni have to spend every month. It's not difficult. Mentoring, guest lectures, many of these can be online. Connections to firms, tech reviews, policy insights, and risk guidance. The JU Expertise Exchange platform. Alumni share skills on demand. For example, there is a portal and there is a particular skill where within the university there is not much availability. But in the portal, any alumni who are having access to the skills, then someone can help. Students and faculty request collaboration. So there is a request matching of what is expected. And this matching is quite easy. Nowadays, AI platforms are there. So if alumni, what they are doing in the database, and if institute what they need, they are put up in the same portal, the AI can actually make the match without any human intervention. And one can have multi-professional alumni councils. What I realize is for someone who is 80 years old and someone 25 years old, the thought process and aspiration is different. We cannot ignore that. We say generation gap, but it has to be like that. There is no way one can have 25 years to 25 years. Actually, in one of the alumni meets of Kharagpur in Bangalore, I presented a similar thing. And when I stopped at 75, I realized that in that same room, at least 15 more people with 75 age and much more agile than many of the 25 year olds. They were present. So I had to correct. And I think the senior most 1951 BTech, one person who hesitated. So in the age group. 1951 BTech admission. That was the 1951 institute started. So the mission mentors give precision mentorship for strategic frontiers. Alumni are embedded just into focused missions. Not anyone has to do everything and alumni will become an integral part of how JU invests. And finally, I am coming to the main point, endowment. That all nice words with 0 rupees, nothing can build. So alumni may be invited to strategically invest, not give donation in this donation box. In the following vertical, research fellows, global chair, high value labs, technology grand challenges, and digital and physical infrastructure. I have identified 5 areas. One can have what I say focused endowments coming to these 5 areas and use only for these 5 areas, for nothing else. So then every rupee comes impact indexed, transparently tracked through the vision data. So post today's So my call to global JU alumni, only a few are present here, but the world is filled up with JU alumni. This means I do not want to call it a reunion. Every year in the department we have reunion. It is, I would say, a recommitment for all of us who have gained so much from this university that we cannot actually pay it back. No way. But from shared memory, we should convert it to shared mission. From individual success to institutional strengthening, and from pride to participation. So finally, JU gave us the courage to think independently. I think this is the most important learning that I have got. I cannot remember all the things, manufacturing, etc. I completely forgot. But courage to think independently. And now, possibly JU, all of us, think collectively for the future. And alumni are not just graduates, but all the alumni are custodians of the legacy of JU. So thank you, JU, very much for whatever I have become because of significant contribution of this university. Personally, thank the Vice Chancellor, and several of my own teachers and professors for giving me this platform. And believe that with our collective effort and with the tiring effort that the JU faculty and students are anyway having, we would one day have JU as among the top 10 universities in the world. Thank you very much.
আপনি যেভাবে নিজের ছাত্র জীবনের কথা বললেন, যাতে আপনি নিজেই বললেন পুরো সেদিনের কথা এবং ছাত্র শিক্ষক সম্পর্ক তুলে ধরার জন্য আপনাকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। যাদবপুরে আপনার স্বপ্ন, পরিকল্পনা নিশ্চয়ই একদিন বাস্তবায়িত হবে। একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলবো, জানি যে এতক্ষণ বললেন, অনেক স্বপ্ন কথা দেখালেন, কিন্তু উনি যেভাবে যাদবপুরের সঙ্গে যুক্ত রয়েছেন সেটা আপনি বলেন। ওরা নিজের উৎসাহে, ওরা নিজের ডিপার্টমেন্ট অর্থাৎ মেকানিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এর কোর্স ক্লাবে তৈরি হচ্ছে বিদ্যুৎ চালিত মেডিকেল ফ্যান তৈরির নকশা সবটাই প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী। নিয়মিত যাদবপুরের পড়ুয়াদের সঙ্গে অনলাইনে যোগাযোগ করে তৈরি হচ্ছে এই মেডিকেল, যা গ্রামে গঞ্জে প্রাথমিক স্বাস্থ্য পরীক্ষা, জরুরি পরিষেবা পৌঁছে দেওয়ার পাশাপাশি অসুস্থদের হাসপাতালে নিয়ে যাওয়ার কাজ করে। খুব অল্প দিনের মধ্যে সেই ভ্যান তৈরি হয়ে যাবে বলে আশা করছি। আর এইভাবে প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তীর সঙ্গে যাদবপুর সংযোগ আরো বাড়বে বলে আমাদের সকলের আশা। এবার প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী ভাবে যাদবপুরের তরফ থেকে স্মারক ও একটি উপহার তুলে দেওয়ার জন্য মঞ্চে আসতে অনুরোধ করব মেকানিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং বিভাগের বর্ষিয়ান অধ্যাপক প্রফেসর দীপঙ্কর সান্যালকে। সুমন চক্রবর্তী যখন মেকানিক্যালের ছাত্র ছিলেন, দীপঙ্কর স্যার তখন মেকানিক্যালের নবীন শিক্ষক। প্রাক্তনীদের সঙ্গে নিরলস যোগাযোগ তৈরির অন্যতম কারিগর প্রফেসর দীপঙ্কর সান্যাল। প্রাক্তন ছাত্রকে স্মারক উপহার তুলে দিচ্ছেন প্রফেসর দীপঙ্কর সান্যাল। এই মুহূর্তগুলো যে বারে বারে ফিরে আসছে আমাদের কাছে সেটা আশা করবো, এবং প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তীও সময় পেলে পেলেই যেন এখানে আসেন, আপনার কাছে সেই অনুরোধ থাকবে। ধন্যবাদ সকলকে। প্যানেল ডিসকাশন এবার আসনে গিয়ে বসুন।
Been listening to Professor Shubha Chakraborty on how to architect and structure the engagement of change learning for progress of our university. There's a special announcement. আমাদের বাড়িতে একটি স্টল রাখা আছে যেখানে সুবিনির বিক্রি হচ্ছে। সকলের কাছে অনুরোধ রাখবো যে আপনারা সুবিনির ওখান থেকে সংগ্রহ করুন। স্পেশালি যে কার্ডসগুলো বানানো হয়েছে ওগুলো অতি সুন্দর, তাই সবাইকে অনুরোধ করবো যে আপনারা অবশ্যই তাদেরকে যে স্টল করে রেখা সুবিনি সেই স্টলকে আপনারা ভিজিট করবেন। প্রফেসর অভিজিৎ গুপ্ত, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ইংলিশ, উনি এছাড়া আমাদের যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের প্রেস মেইন প্রস্তুতি কর্তা, ওনার দিক থেকেও একটা বিশেষ অনুরোধ আছে যে জিও প্রেস ক্লাবে প্রচুর বই পেছনে যে গ্যালারি আছে ওখানে প্রদর্শন হয়েছে, আপনারা ভিডিওটাও ভিজিট করবেন। সকলের কাছে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি যে আপনারা সুবিনি এবং জিও প্রেস বই এগুলো দয়া করে দেখুন। এগুলো রোজ রোজ দেখতে পাই না, তা আজকে যখন সবকিছু একসাথে পেয়ে যাচ্ছি তো সবাই আমরা সবটুকুর আনন্দ যখন দিতে পারি। তাদেরকে সুবিনির কাপ কিন্তু এখনো আমরা খালি দেখছি, তাই যারা এখনো সেদিকে এগোনি তাদের সকলকে অনুরোধ করবো যে ধীরে ধীরে ওই স্টলে গিয়েও অগ্রসর হতে। এবং এছাড়াও আপনার যে যে বইগুলি পেছনে প্রদর্শিত হয়েছে সেগুলো এখনই আপনারা দেখুন।
ফোন নাম্বারটা পাওয়া যাবে?
We will now begin the panel discussion. Our highly distinguished professor of the Department of Studies at Jadavpur University, Professor Abhijit Roy, will act as a moderator of this session. And in the panel discussion topic is the JU Alumni Impact, Film and Media Sector in Focus. I call upon Professor Abhijit Roy, whose illustrious curriculum in a nutshell is presented here in the screen in front of you. And I will call you to call upon the rest of the panel members and lead the discussion. Thank you.
আমার নাম গৌরব, আমি একটা মিস কল দিচ্ছি। না, আমি মেনলি আমার IEEE রিলেটেড কাজ করি। সিদ্ধান্ত তুমি মোটামুটি কত নাম ফটোগ্রাফি
Good afternoon. Abhijit, I teach in the Department of Film Studies of this university. And welcome to the panel discussion we have been holding every year on the occasion of the Alumni Day. Last year we had a panel discussion, but this year we have chosen to focus. Every year we have different focus. This year we have chosen to focus on the film and media sector. So basically, want to see what has been the engagement, what is the state of affairs in that particular sector, and we have our very illustrious alumni on the panel, and we see their opinions. We usually ask them what is the industry, what is the way the industry is operating, etc. This year we have the film and media sectors in focus. The panel is called the JU Alumni Impact, Film and Media Sectors in Focus. And we have distinguished members of our alumni who are participating in the panel discussion. I request all of you to come one by one. Professor Mohit Vishwas, who is the president of Department of Film Studies of this university. Srimoyi Singh, who is an alumna of Department of Film Studies, but is a noted filmmaker, budding
producer, and somebody who many people know has been quite popular, Indodip Raichudri, filmmaker and producer. So I request all of them to please come to the dais and take your seats, and so that we begin the proceedings. Thank you. Maybe let's take the first 5 minutes for introducing distinguished panelists one by one. Without much ado, let us proceed. We have Professor Vinay Vishwas, Professor of Film Studies, as I said, and also initiator of the Media Lab at Jadavpur University. And he writes on Indian cinema and culture, and two of the publications people who have followed cinema would know about it. Opu and After, Revisiting Music Cinema, came out in 2005, Champion. And forthcoming, something that's going to be published in the fair, Shankar Paul, collection of the Bengali essays. That is, and it's the Journal of Moving Image and Bengali magazine, Kolkata Ekush. And his feature co-directed the award of Bengali feature film Sthaniyo Shankar, which was made in 2010, and his video installation Across the World track was commissioned for the 11th Shanghai Biennale in 2016. More recently, he has made a documentary on Bharat Chatterjee, the noted scientist. PC, Calcutta, New York, Kolkata, maybe 2025. Very warm to you, Moinanda. And we've also got Timo is seeing, we thought that we should also have someone who's young and started making films, and her debut film, in fact, has gone places, has seen many festivals, have been screened and have been awarded with very prestigious awards. So she's a filmmaker and producer, and very proud that she's also one of the distinguished alumni of the Film Studies Department. And she did a PhD from the department on the exile in post-revolution Iran. She learned Persian and traveled to Iran to film a TV documentary and towards Habib Ali's, which launched at the Birmingham International Film Festival in February 2023. And there are many other places, numerous festivals that her film has gone to. And she has won many awards, too many to list up and share with you at the moment. We're running behind time. But I can see some of them. In fact, CPH Docs which was there also at some point of time, which is in Copenhagen. And many places, Helsinki, Sao Paulo, BAFIC Argentina. She got a Best New Director Award at Mumbai International Film Festival for a film, along with Replacing International Critics Jury Award. And she has also been into pedagogy. She has been a professor of film studies at St. Joseph's University, Bangalore, and a guest lecturer at New York University, Abu Dhabi. And she's the recipient of the Golden Globe Foundation Residency for International Filmmakers in Los Angeles in February, March 2024. We've also got Mr. Tony Raichol, and was going through this, the short bio note that I got, and he's made quite a number of films, but I'm sure that I'll be only naming those which many of you have seen as an alumnus of University of English, and also graduated from the Film and Television Institute of India,
in FTII in 1995. And has been working as a writer, director, producer in Kolkata since 1996. And starting off in television, TV commercials, directed and produced over 100 TV commercials and corporate documentaries, 4 telefilms, several reality shows, music videos, game shows, promotional videos for Bangla TV channels. And we have been talking right from the morning about corporate intervention, industrial academia, collaboration, etc. Indonesian has made numerous films, corporate films and brand promotion films for Tata Steel, Peerless Spin-offs, Financial by Tata Tea, Anandabaja Putra, The Telegraph, and the names are too many. He has also produced films and several products brands in Bangladesh. He has worked for a long time in Bangladesh and has made films for Coke, Dettol, various other brands. In 2005, he directed Toko, originally titled The Second Hand 1800 short film, and then went on. He has a production house, Flipbook, and has produced 40 Bangla films that many of you may have seen. And that was his first full feature film. 40 was awarded the best work in progress project in Film Bazaar, the Vincent Award Prize in the Asia New Talent Award in the Shanghai International Film Festival. It has been screened, across the globe, from Los Angeles to Stuttgart, Chicago South Asian Film Festival, in Panorama, Italy, and many other places. You must have also, some of you may have seen a Jadavpur or a short film, Shopper. In 2019, he directed Love Mukherjee. In 2018, during the second full-length feature, Maya Janji, and one series, Chotolo, which many of you may have seen once. And each of these has gone to many festivals and have won critical acclaim. In 2021, this is quite recent. I mean, it made in 2021, but many people tell me that they have seen it recently. A 5-part documentary on the political history of West Bengal, on Mukhomontri, for ABP Studios. And it was released on Hoichoi, the Orient platform. You may have seen that. Of course, Totolo is 2023. And besides writing and directing, he has been offering workshops for children at Film and Television Institute, the Roop Collegiate Group, which is the Italian Production Institute, Government of West Bengal, Ravindra Bharati University, and of course, Jadavpur University Film Studies Department. I could have said that they need no introduction, but I just went through their, my notes, because I think it's very important for us to know the major achievements of the Jadavpur University alumni. Anyway, without much ado, let us move on to the main part of the proceedings. I basically ask them questions, and they will answer very briefly. Maybe it will take 3 to 5 minutes to answer each of the questions, and we will proceed that way. I think let us welcome once again to all of you. And one question possibly can begin this way. If I were to ask you, this is something that we start with Dr. Shash. I mean, all of you graduated from Jadavpur University. So tell us briefly about what drew you towards film. Of course, in the office, you have been interested in writing, film, thinking about film, aesthetics and politics. In the other two cases, of course, they are practitioners. So I ask you, Professor Shash, did that have anything to do with your upbringing in Jadavpur University? So this is something that I'm curious to know.
Thank you for having me here. Of course, it certainly has a connection with my studies in Jadavpur University, because Jadavpur University was actually had the first Film Federation affiliated students from Jadavpur. This was the first time that this happened. And when we came in, as I was a student of English, Department of English, so there was already a thriving, we call JUS, Jadavpur University Film Society, on campus. So the old government was the venue that we used. And the old carnival also had a projection room. The first film. So we used to hire projectors from outside. I became a member of the Film Society, Student Film Society. Soon upon my entry to this campus, my elders, interestingly, a lot of engaged students were also involved in the organization. We started kind of declining the numbers, started declining as we went along. By the end of the 80s, I don't think too many engineering students were involved, which is itself in itself an interesting thing to ponder. Anyway, that's a different thing. But it was Jadavpur Film Society in particular, and the film society culture in general, which was also thriving at that time. Remember, this was just before video gaming. So half a videotape was introduced around internationally in 1983, VHS, and half a videotape, and in India, 84, 85. Just before that. So it was film, cellular film was the only means of collecting, watching, circulating, receiving films. So that is where my application took place, and I developed a deep interest in cinema, in the history and aesthetics, eventually theoretical aspects of cinema. Is there anything else you want to know? Right. Thankfully, I was teaching English in government college for 3 years. I came and joined the Jadavpur Film Studies Department, which started off in 1993. So I was the second teacher to join. The first was me, Bhattacharya. I was the second person to join. The third person was Sanjay. Me, Bhattacharya, and Sanjay were retired. My retirement is due soon. So that is the picture. We are, when we started the department, by that time, most of us remember that the satellite television had already come. So television channels became 24/7, proliferating everywhere, and video was a household phenomenon, at least in urban areas. So people could afford to buy video cameras, shoot their own little films, watch them on their own television screen, and so on. This meant that there was near this process of saturating social space with images that we see now actually began when our department also came up in 1993. So this was an opportunity for me, because I was always interested in teaching or on cinema. So I applied, I was selected. This was a happy kind of sort of new chapter that I took in my career.
Thank you. And, I actually saw him literally building up the department, which there have been predecessors, of course, but I saw him giving a new impetus, a new lease to the department as a student, but of course, somebody who went on to become one of his colleagues later on. Thank you. And, so we'll move on to Srini. The same question goes to you. What did you do after graduating? And of course, you have made friends, you have talked about that. But, so, how did you do? Very briefly, please.
Hello. Yeah. Um, I did my graduation in English from Calcutta University, and I think it's okay to say here that by the end of the 3 years, I mean, right from this whole idea of studying beer and and all these really old texts that I mean, seemed a little far and distant, and I want to truly write and write creatively, which was something that I was missing from the English course that I really wanted to study as well at that point of time. And by the end of it, I knew that I want to do something, study something for masters, which kind of helped me develop my understanding of the world, understand politics, and allow me space where I can be creative. And there were a couple of options, but then film studies was something that seemed very new to me, and this was maybe 2009. And so I sat for the exam, knowing little about cinema, apart from what we grew up watching in Doordarshan and little bit on TV movies that used to, we had that channel in TV at that point. But I sat for the exam hoping that this will be a space that will at least allow me to think differently. And I've heard so much about university. My mother studied here, and I was truly hoping that something would happen to me in my early 20s, studying in a place like JU, that would change the way I understood life in my teens. And that's exactly what happened. I got through JU, and I remember Shunjala was in the interview community along with all of y'all, and he said, "Why are you, joining? What do you want to do from here?" And I said, "I want to keep writing." And I used to write poetry then, very bad poetry. But yeah, but then he said, okay, then it's a good enough reason to join. And I think coming to the department and getting the opportunity to learn from y'all, both Vijigda and Mohandas, and the kind of training in watching cinema, understanding political thought, and debating so much about films that we watched was in so many ways, life changing for me. And it's not something that I'm just saying because that I got, the guts to actually think of going to Iran and making a film because I was inspired by the world cinema classes and Iranian cinema that I watched here. I just decided in the middle of, or in the beginning of the second year in film studies that I'm going to save my money and I'm going to go to Iran and meet filmmakers in Iran. And I don't think this is something I would have even dared to dream had it not been for all of the exposure that I would have gotten to.
Yeah, pass on to mine. And you are one who's known as a filmmaker, but worked a lot also in the media industry, commercials, corporates, So, so after graduating from the English department, what happened? See, when I graduated, I went to the FTI straight away. Yes. But the decision to go to FTI happened while I was in, because like most of us at that point of time, I was pretty confused. I came from a small town. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I knew what I didn't want to do. Right? And I wanted to escape the small town. These are the two things that got me to Jadavpur, because somehow the news reached me that people are happy here, which was a completely like a very mixed baggage. But somehow I thought this was a place that I needed to be. I had no clue what I would encounter. It was a culture shock initially. Then at the time, I had started loving watching movies. That happened when I was in the small town. Doordarshan had a part to play in that. When I came to Jadavpur, I realized there are people who make films, because otherwise one never knows how films are made. Some of them were actually in the campus to come back from the FDI. I came to know that there was a place where filmmaking is taught. So all the initiation happened here, right? And that it was a reality that one can pursue. Right? That people like me can actually go and think of making a film. I think that is one thing that I learned from it, because I actually saw people practicing outside. So we went to the film school, and after you come to the film school, life takes its course, and you do again. So it's not that I planned to make commercial, but I didn't have other work to do. It's also a fact. So, yeah.
Okay. So quickly, I mean, of course,
course, all of you had your own perceptions of the current state of affairs in the film industry, media industry. I know it's very difficult for you to put it differently, but still, I'm tempted to ask you this question. I mean, what exactly do you think? And if I have to ask you, what are the 2-3 main points you share with us? If somebody asks you, what do you think the present, the way things are being in the film industry or the media industry, 2-3 major trends and aspects? Of course, when I ask Professor Trust, I'm more interested to know about not as much the industry, but of the aesthetic trends, political trends, trends in certain forms that have emerged, which of course have to do with industrial questions. So quickly, each of you, we start with Moinada.
Actually, with this question, one should have started with Indore, and then come to Sumaya, finally come to me. I think that's better order.
I mean, we all know it's in a crisis. There's no hiding that fact. And there are most people who have actually announced the death. It's not something that is discussed in whispers. It's part of the headline. But my reaction is that a lot of this responsibility is attributed to people's changing viewing patterns. If you look at the mainstream discussion that's going on as to why cinema is finding it such a difficult time to, even get an audience, the main culprit, the assigned culprit is the audience, who do not have the time, nor do they have the inclination, etc., etc. We know that argument, but my conclusion is that that's a partial true that problem, a very small part of that is true. Large, overweight reality, which very few people actually discuss in mainstream media, is the complete corporatization of filmmaking, which started from the 90s, right? And all that we see in an organized manner that happened in cinema over the last 30 years is a result of policies determined by big money investors. The huge difference between cinema before the 80s is that cinema was largely a domain of private individuals who were, with their own quirkiness, with their own idiosyncrasies, investing in things that they liked or thought would do well. Post 80s, it became an organized investment vehicle. And it becomes an organized investment vehicle. It takes the same path that any FMC product or a car or television or whatever. It's viewed exactly in the same manner. So all the principles that you apply to, a product, when a big money organization is behind it, and all the organizational changes, tweakings that bring to it, have resulted in the environment that we see today. So it's not a coincidence that if you go to any big production house or any big OTT platform or a television channel for that matter, all the critical decisions are taken by somebody called a business head, right? It's not a coincidence. There's a reason why it happens, because he's the one who can have a conversation with investors, right? The creative head never has can never find the language to deal with the person who is investing in the whole story. So the decisions are made with a completely different set of objectives in mind, which is why you have digital technology coming up in cinema, right? Nobody wanted digital technology in cinema, honestly. Digital technology came because you wanted to release 30,000 prints at the same time, right? That's why multiplex came in. That's why finally the that was created by the multiplexes were filled up with the OTTs. But now it has become completely algorithmic, and nothing beyond big ticket productions have really any hope outside this ecosystem. So if you want to think of any reality beyond that, we first address the elephant in the room, which is you can't think of creating a cinema culture where the decisions are made from a what should I say, a stock market point of view.
Even aesthetic and creative decisions. Yes. Yeah. Simple. Very quickly, I think we can put us brief.
Yeah. So, in
Also,
terms of
what I want to know from you is about the alternative international documentary festivals to which you are more cognizant.
Quickly, in terms of documentary things, have also shifted a lot from, let's say, the 90s when filmmakers like Deepak Dhanraj, Anand Patwardhan, Sukriti Sharma, and that whole group of filmmakers whose films we were inspired by, just take a camera person, a sound person, spend a lot of time with a community, make their films, and very small budgets also sometimes because there was PST, NFDC would be some funds, but all of that has closed, or the PST doesn't function anymore. There is no state fund that non-fiction makers can have access to at the moment. So what we end up doing, and it is quite detrimental to the films that we make also end up making, is that we end up looking outward for support. We look at the West for support. Let's say there are some funds we can apply to from Europe a little bit, from US. Now US has also closed down funding for Indians almost. So we end up making films about ourselves, which is an image that the West would like to see, or films that we selling in the West, something that they're interested in funding. And what the dangers of that is that we forget local stories. And that is the trap that a lot of non-fiction makers are into. And the last thing I wanted to say is that there is a trend, because you were asking about where there is this pressure on non-fiction filmmakers to make documentaries that end up looking like fiction, which is also known as creative documentaries at the moment, which is also something that is easier to sell in terms of money coming in from the West. So this is a dangerous position that we find ourselves in, and to understand how to navigate this and yet keep telling local stories is
It's a very interesting point that you're making, that the country's own funding scenario, when that gets shrunk, you have to look for funding sources from outside. But it's no more than necessarily creative project. You're actually trying to think of a different common minimum denominator. It can't be very marginal story. Anyway, yes.
Emmanuel and Sumati are in a much better position than to talk about the industry. I have some idea of what Emmanuel was telling us about. It's a grim picture. Let's not make any bones about it. It's a grim picture. But what happens to someone like me, for example, who studies this, who is teaching cinema in the moving images in the class, is that you do not have a thriving, really kind of, hopeful situation around you in terms of real making, then beyond it becomes a kind of, you start to experience some sort of a sense of futility in what you're teaching in class, because it all relates to either some remote country, some time, or if it's Indian cinema, the great period of 50s, 60s, early 70s, and so on. That is a long, mellow period where, once in a while, something appears which demands this engagement. That's only once in a while. For me, it's what is amount, that put it in that category. Simoi's work actually is she's made only one film so far. She hasn't had the chance to make it more so as yet. There's something that people in the film industry connect to acting practice. So if an industry goes into the drugs, then actually someone who is taking the moving image also is kind of loses the ground on which you anchor, in which you anchor your idea as you're thinking and so on. That for a while, if you look at regional film industries in India right now, this is not the situation elsewhere. There is a almost like renaissance happening in Malayalam. Renaissance is a big word, but the great resurgence. Quite very, very interesting filmmakers, young filmmakers will tell you that they have no problem finding support for serious films. There are interesting Punjabi filmmakers like Gurvinder. Gurvinder Singh, who visited very, very interesting. There are very interesting Marathi filmmakers doing really good work. There's enough filmmakers who are doing interesting work. Sometimes as I see one or two, really, Manipur, Assam, we see something happened to us. This is something they didn't explain. They have already explained. But this is not a very interesting situation. Bangladesh is showing the way for a while, Bangladesh is falling into a real quack now. Nobody knows what to do. Let's to wait for every election.
Okay. So very quickly, once again, maybe you'll have just 2 minutes for each of you to answer this question. And maybe that's going to be the last round of questions. If you have time, I'll kind of toss up another question. Is that since you're having it in Jadavpur University, so what could be those 2, 3 major skills or maybe even sensitivities that a student of Jadavpur University should have in order to join the film and media sector? So you could talk about not only the skills and sensibilities, but the challenges, the struggles. This is not a sector in which you get salary jobs, your own journey. So very quickly, once again, I mean, since the order has been reversed, possibly Indraneem, who's right there inside the industry, that's from inside the industry.
Dangerous thing to advise, especially there is no one skill that one is looking for. You should be sure of things that you should not be looking for, because it's kind of standard that it's a very glamorous life. It is not like no standards of glamour. Can you justify the life that you have? Want to have it's not difficult to make money if you are compliant. Okay? But you need to know what you want. If you want to make money, you need to be compliant. You need to be obedient. You need to quickly pick up what people want from you. If you are that, if you are looking to find your voice, expect a lot of trouble. Okay, and a lot of patience to see you through that trouble. Okay, the thing is to retain the curiosity. You are not doing anything. Be curious, to be alive, being to constant learn. Why you are jobless is, I guess, the biggest thing one needs to learn.
Yeah, yes. To everything he said, I think this ability to learn and to be curious is something that is very important. Apart from that, from my own experiences of working in this niche documentary or this space, I have seen from experience that as filmmakers, we no longer are just expected to direct. We are also expected to direct, plus produce, plus do a lot of running around, plus have inputs and sitting at the editing table, sometimes pick up a camera and shoot. We no longer have isolated roles anymore. So for myself, I had to do all of everything. And one thing I've seen that we are expected to know and is to be able to communicate and express very clearly. For example, each of the applications that we are supposed to make or just to apply to festivals is so detailed that unless you know how to write and express what making in your film? Because sometimes we think that film by film. Why do I need to say it out? Or why do I need to convince somebody? But over here, we are actually, like he said, it's all a part of a bigger corporate system, and you have to sell and you have to pitch your film. So somehow I've learned that it really helps to be able to have the potential to express and put out in words what your film is, what you want to make, and how people around the world will connect with it. So I think that is a skill that really helps.
Sometimes this technical skills of writing books, how to pitch it. And these are very important, something that one should learn and benefit of. Maybe, from the beginning, otherwise when you actually there, you might not do that. Okay, yeah, point of the case.
Say once again, as a film academic, what we do here, so we're not studying cinema science departments elsewhere, JNU, AUD, FU, wherever they are, is actually to treat this subject as an extension of the humanities. I don't think one should, this is a kind of focus that one should not lose. But this humanities dialogue with social sciences. This humanities has been in dialogue with a new area of research interest, digital humanities, sometime now. Jadavpur actually played a pioneering role there. At least 2 centers in Jadavpur got involved quite early. So what happened with the digital revolution is that we have this opportunity to combine intellectual work, research work, scholarly work with hands-on practical. So Simone is a good example right in front of us. He not only went to a film school, best film school in the country, Film Institute in Pune. Simone didn't go to any film school at all. So where did she learn? She just said that you have to be able to shoot, to edit, etc., etc. So when we learn all these, pick these things up. Basically, it's a campus friend, larger community where you pick up these skills from friends, from your collaborators, etc. This is an opportunity that did not exist when we became cinephiles. Our mind is in cinema as a film society. I didn't go to any film studies department. There was none at that time. We were first. Jadavpur Film Studies Department was the first department of its kind in entire Asia. We were the first. So I only did a degree in film studies. I don't have that training. So we teach ourselves in theory, history, studies, the political aspects of ideological, social aspects, etc. We used to read books and journals and so on. Now, there's a new opportunity. The last 10 years, 20 years, which she has been, and many people have benefited. With this mix combined, scholarly, she is a PhD scholar for them, scholarly activity with her PhD work, field work. She worked on Iranian cinema, took her to Iran. So that was her field work. It was also a short there in Iran. Became her very successful film. This is the opportunity that we have. And I wish I was a student now, where I could automatically learn editing, basic camera. It's all our students that without going to school. So that's the skill set that one should have.
Yeah, it's really great that when we talk about skill, we also talk about some kind of community life, friendship, having addas. These are some of the spaces times which you have actually evolved a lot. I keep telling students that the skill or it's not something which is very technology necessarily or being able to run a machine. It's in your head. So one has to be generally excited about life, politics, and keep thinking about it. That's very important for us. So to practice of it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all about techniques and technology. It's also about this very important faculty, the critical faculty of thinking. I had one question
asked in my mind, but I don't think time will put it. Kind of toss it for the audience to mull over it. And that is, Jadavpur University is all across media all the time, right? Sometimes it feels all around this. Anyway, the thing is, I'm tempted to ask these experts, I mean, what exactly would be your solution, regarding Jadavpur University as a possible policy of managing its image or whatever you call it, brand or image in the media, etc. Should I ask you this question? Maybe just for a minute, what do you think you, because I mean, you have all been reading papers and you have all been into media and thinking about it. So maybe just a minute of your thoughts on
The thing to
the JU in media. What do you think?
one thing you obviously say is the whatever counter narratives that has been generated against the university is occupying the mainstream. So the narrative that counters that should have some space. One should think of creating that space. That could be anything. That could be a program. That could be even a Facebook account. It depends on what you want. But that space is not there. So one can seriously consider creating that space at least. Start off and then go from there.
I mean, just creating a presence and putting up what comes out of university, what people are doing, what students are doing, what ex-students are doing. I know there's a website where there can be a space where we can discuss maybe a little about cinema and, if there are things that students have made or if they've written something, just putting it up there and people coming together discussing it. We have something to show off. I don't know, something like that.
Talking strategies to improve our image in the media. Say that one must keep in mind, I think, of course, other campaigns strategies is the most important to have. What's but there is a kind of orchestrated attack on public institutions. So it is not, I have no doubt that privatization is fine. So they're all looking to capture these places. So you just constantly, verify that institutional life, constantly say that this campus has been going to talks, constantly say that it's full of drugs and alcohol, sex, and these things. We continue to because these people have they don't have the courage to face private institutions. They'll receive advertisements. So what can you do with the media like that? All you can do is use the free media space, like social media, maybe YouTube, maybe your own whatever platforms, like Instagram, and do alternative stories, local stories. So alternative stories.
Yeah, so spaces of deliberations, spaces for creativity, spaces for alternate kind of engagement. And things keep happening in jail as well. You could actually showcase that. Anyway, you had food for thought from today's panel discussion, and I do not want to kind of prolong it much further. And thanks indeed to our guests, I mean, for your thoughtful comments and insights, and we'll keep thinking about it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. That brings us to the end of it. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a beautiful panel discussion that was so into rather than breaking our myths, just fashion and the glamour. We found it very interesting, especially from a science and technology background. Beautiful observation of techniques, digitization as well as tools that you're feeling right now. So thank you very much. So to be honest, I will now request you to first felicitate your fellow mates, and then we will do Internet management. Now I request Dr. Sushant Rai to please participate with this OVT for this wonderful discussion. Thank you very much for leading us with thought. And with this, we move on to the next global JU alumni, global JU association portion. And we would now invite the dais, Sadhu Mukherjee and his team.
आगे
The director of JU Alumni Foundation, Mr. Alumni Mukherjee and his team, and stage program.
Afternoon. I must thank the Jadavpur University Authority, particularly the Alumni in allowing us some time to tell you what this foundation is doing. This foundation was mentioned by him many times. So this is actually Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation. And we have a number of directors on board of that. I will tell their name as they come one after another. But Shubhadeep Doctor, somewhere here. Anyway, so we'll see as they come one by one. Now this foundation, what does it do? I'll start with one side of, you can see this gentleman in the side. This is Mr. Ramesh Chakravarti. He passed out 55 and he came to Calcutta and he wanted to see very much about Jadavpur University today. And when I took him to the university, he was almost crying. And the same, he started this, all this foundation work and all this. So he is a sort of a semi-god. Unfortunately, he has died. All right. Now this foundation, Professor Shuman Chakraborty mentioned in one slide, and you must behave like a foundation. We are already founded. So there, at least there we are one step up. You mentioned not just money. You want the money, not just money. You must build the relationship. And both of these we do in this foundation. So we are going to be more global. We are already global. It's not just. We have members from Qatar, from UAE, from a few the European countries and so on. So what do we do? One day give us money for something or Jadavpur University, multiply it by 90 and then put the money in that particular project, whatever the project is. Our aim is to get you Jadavpur University one step after another. So one day, just like Professor Kobil said, that it will be the best university in the country. Well, only another thing that I would like to mention is that we are trying our best. Our best may not be good enough. We have to do much more, very much more than what we have done so far. But we are trying to go there, actually keeping our aim, all that process accommodation. All right, after this introduction, I will now show you exactly what has been done in this university for the Alumni Foundation or US Foundation. And I will put the first slide and show them this to the podium. We have what do you call it? And we have also our admin manager here, and I'll tell him everything.
Thank you. So it feels great to see so many alumni under one roof today, and I'm very happy to see you all, and I welcome you all up here. So as we are closer to the session, I will make it short and precise and what we are doing currently. So we are Global Jadavpur University Foundation. We are a 501c foundation and we are based in California. We have our presence in Kolkata and across the globe. We are actively working with the university across all departments, across all faculties right now. So about us, so with the mission of our president, Dr. Ranjit Chakraborty, and our directors and others, we have moved forward. We are working actively with the university. We have two-way communication between us and the university, and I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and Finance Officer who have worked actively with us for the benefit of the university. So we started, as we have said, it's a two-way communication. We are working actively with the university, and also we have proud collaboration with the alumni association over here. We are working together, and also other alumni chapters all across the globe. So it's a two-way network. For the projects that we are currently working, we started our journey with the call of Professor Shurajun Dash, who had called us and asked for help of alumni association long back, and we have from the bit in 2022 started our journey with machine engineering, and we have helped to the computation lab over there. We slowly progressed, and I'm proud to say that we are currently working across the faculty. For 4 faculties, we have over here Faculty Council of Art, Council of Science, Faculty Council of Engineering and Technology, and MASLM. The 4 faculties we have. So as we have seen that we have the presence all across the globe, working with the Alumni Association of Seattle, Washington area, Atlanta, Georgia, Chicago. We have our presence in London, Europe, and Middle East as well. We have an active participation from the Gulf region. They have helped us a lot. From India, we have Kolkata and Bangalore, and we have also our participation from Bombay as well. And we have our participation from Singapore and Australia. So we are a global foundation that is working actively across all the world. So we have raised around 350K and we have used those funds for the development of the university across all sectors, be it the infrastructural facility, be it for the type of internship. There's an active internship going on in the University of San Jose and Computer Science Department long back, and we are working on it, and we are the Colco project by Upinda and Shukantuda. We are working, and so we have other we have active projects in mechanical engineering, computer science, and others as well. So we have 12 departments that are working currently. We have 7,000 plus alumni engagement, and we have 15 projects currently working. And what's next? We are doing a very important project with the biotech department right now. I myself am a alumni from the biotech department and we're working on it. We have one project from the student safety and security and sanitation purposes, and we are also working with hydrogen portable generator project and also the ZD project that Professor Amitabh Dutta has already mentioned. Thank you. I will now make this stretchable, and I'd like to thank all of you for coming here. And we are with you for building today for changing tomorrow. Thank you.
Very much, that was actually what we exactly do and have done, and also have the future vision of taking up. Three parts, and he presented it very well. Next, I would request Mr. Saurajit to be on the podium. He is the person who will talk about a little about mechanical engineering, mechatronics, and the sports review, what this foundation can do for Jadavpur University.
Thank you, Alumni. So the last year, 2025, probably the most expansive work we did, mechanical engineering department, and all of that was possible because of 1960 alumnus who donated $50,000. So we could do a lot of work in mechanical engineering department. So to divide that work up, we had like 3 different areas. First was helped in modernizing 4 different laboratories, and the other 2 were the drone project, IDR 2025, drone challenge managed by Department of Electronics and Communications, and our students went and competed there. They are continuously improving their drones for agriculture, I believe. And the other project was the EV project, electric vehicle, and that's another area we tried competing for. I think one particular challenge there is, and we have excelled. And that, like only 3 minutes, I'll pass on to the speaker.
Thank you, Saurabh. As you can see, we are very disciplined. 1 minute means 1 minute, 2 minutes means 1 minute. Our next, basic of all that we are talking about here is engagement. Unless we engage with the alumni, they are not really interested. So how do we do this alumni engagement? I would request Dipen Ghosh, please come to the podium.
Thank you, Alumni. I know that everybody is very busy lunch, so I'm not taking much of time. My job has become easy because most of my previous speakers have covered extensively about the engagement and also the university, what they have seen in the future and also in the what is in the past and what is in the future. But before I go further, I would like to acknowledge 2 of our youngest members of DJAF. One of them is Dr. Ranjit Chakraborty. He's 61 chemical engineering graduate. And the second one, Alok Mukherjee of 59 electrical engineering. So from their year of graduation, you can well imagine how young are they. Ranjita is a visionary and never sleeps without thinking for the Jadavpur University. And all of his enthusiasm to is unparalleled. All of that. And thank you, Ranjita. Also here, we have P.P. Mukherjee. He's 61 mechanical engineer. So you can see that we are dealing with so many young people, young alumni to move further for GAUF. Thank you, Vipida, for your support to GAUF. Today I believe it's a golden opportunity to get connected with the alumni because for the engagement for the alumni of the Jadavpur University for participating from various universities of the world. We also commend director of IIT, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, for his eloquent speech of his experience while he was a student and how does he perceive the educational system in the future. Also, he has given a very elaborate perception or elaborate thinking about alumni engagement. We believe that alumni cell will take the implementations of this program by that is the most challenging part. If you can have the concept, but implementation is the most difficult part for any project. And they GJEF is more than happy to help so that most of the implementation can be done. As most of you know, the EU is going through a very difficult situation for the last several years. As such, we believe that this is the ideal time to get engaged, giving back, and going together. Recently, there is a news coverage about Shipur IIT for raising 23 lakhs from 210 alumni of 2000 graduation. It is very, very praiseworthy to get engaged with so many alumni. It shows that if we work together, we can reach our goal. So we strongly believe that all of us can contribute to JU with our professional experience, mentor students, and support any university-based projects and initiatives, which has been extensively covered by Professor Chakraborty. So please join hands in GJUF by registering yourself at the GJUF website so that we can work together for the betterment of the JU. So let us therefore commit to nurturing lifelong relationship with a common goal to bring JU as one of the top-notch universities of the world, which has been said by previous speakers also. So our common objective is that to make JU as one of the top-notch universities of the world. In return, Alumni remains a lifelong home, a place of pride, connection, and belonging. Most importantly, alumni engagement creates a cycle of excellence. These students become tomorrow's alumni, and the culture of involvement we build now will define the strength of our institution in the years to come. Thank you all, and let us continue to build this bond and carry forward. God bless. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Very well how to overjoy him. So now, the care of this is, I request Foreign Talukdar to give a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, all of them. On behalf of the Global University Alumni Foundation, I am Morin Talukdar, 66 graduate, and I have been given responsibility to thank you. First, I welcome you all and Happy New Year. Happy afternoon. We thought it was morning, but now it's afternoon. So, and I need to thank all the people who are involved in it. First, I want to thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Chairman, and the Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Octavo Datto, for this opportunity to be part of and be
to be able to talk about our objective and mission. I also thank the Minister as well as the Finance Officer and the staff for their support and cooperation. And we have always getting good support from them. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And we also want to thank the Honorable Chief Guest Speaker, Sumon Chakraborty, for sharing his experience at IIT Jadavpur, and hopefully we will be able to learn something from there and go for our communication and the fund. And we also thank all the departments, the professors, as well as coordinators, and along with all the staff who are helping us, all the Global Foundation sponsored projects. Without their help, we couldn't do any project here. So thank you. Our special thanks to the donors. Donors are the key. Without the contribution, the donations, we could do all the projects that we do that you have seen in the that Shubha have explained the projects that we have done and we are doing and we plan to do. All that requires funding. And we have donors, big and small, their donations. We do all the projects. So thank you and all the donors for your support and continue your support in the future. And we need to thank one other person already. Dipenda has mentioned of Ranjita. Ranjit Chakraborty, who is the 61 chemical engineer and the president of Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation, for his vision, his dedication, leadership, and all the efforts he puts for this foundation. So thank you, Ranjita. We appreciate your dedication and all the hard work. And I also like to thank all the board members of the foundation present or couldn't be here for their support and the dedication. Without their support and dedication, they believe in it. So we couldn't do anything. We are glad that we could be able to sponsor the lunch this afternoon, and also to thank all those involved behind the scene to arranging that lunch. Thank you. And we thank the alumni for this good job, and we wish them continued success in the future. It will grow and grow. That's what we want. It will develop the connection that we are talking about. And finally, we appeal to all that please register yourself at the Global Foundation. And it doesn't cost you any money. It is free. Membership is free. You just register on the website and be connected. Be connected globally, worldwide. And that way we can do more for our alma mater and we can help more. So thank you all. Appreciate your support and thank you again. Bye. Thank you, Bharat. Normally, it's not customary to say anything after the match. I'll make an exception for 1 minute only. All of us know that the last few weeks, months, and a year, has been a journey for Jadavpur University which has been circuitous, which has been tortuous. Now it feels was that probably a stability has come. So if we give all our support to these gentlemen, VC and VC, whether you were the registrar, whether you were a finance officer, whether you were a dean, whether you are a professor, or you are a HOD, doesn't matter. But if you give them the full support for what we want them to do, and from the external side, foundations like us, other associations, we give full support to them, I'm sure Jadavpur University will start leapfrogging. Lift, go to a height and then forward, again lift, go to a height, then forward. I'm sure that these gentlemen will be there. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much for this wonderful session. It needs to be mentioned that lunch that we're enjoying now that has been sponsored by Global Geography Foundation, the director himself, Mr. Alumni Mukherjee and his team. So I big thanks to them for this. And we now move on to the next section of this. We'll invite Professor Mukherjee and his team to the dais. One announcement before we move on to the next slot of this program is that we're not going to give a dedicated lunch break. We would request you all to have your lunch and we glide to the sessions. Once the session of Alumni Fund is over, we will move on to the quiz session from the dais itself as we have a lunch. Thank you.
অনেকটা বেলা যেহেতু হয়ে গেছে সেজন্য প্রত্যেক খেতে খেতে আমাদের পরবর্তী অনুষ্ঠানটুকু আছে সেটুকু শুনবেন। এবার আসছেন প্রফেসর চন্দন মজুমদার এবং তার টিম। তারা তাদের যাদবপুর নিয়ে ভবিষ্যৎ পরিকল্পনার কথা জানান। মঞ্চে আসতে যেটুকু সময় লাগছে এবং আপনাদের কাছে অনুরোধ, এরপরে কুইজ আছে, এরপরে সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠান রয়েছে, যত তাড়াতাড়ি সম্ভব। হ্যাঁ, লাঞ্চ আমাদের ডান দিকে স্টলে ফুড কুপন আপনাদের সকলের ব্যাগের মধ্যে রয়েছে। আপনারা প্রত্যেকে লাঞ্চ নিয়ে নিন, সাথে বসে খেতে খেতে আমাদের পরবর্তী অনুষ্ঠানটিতে থাকবেন সেই অনুরোধটুকু সকলকে করছি। যেটা বলছিলাম যে পরে চন্দন মজুমদাররা বলবেন, তারপরে সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠান, সকলে কি থাকবেন সেই অনুরোধটুকু করবেন।
হ্যালো, এটা একটা লাঞ্চ ভ্যারাইটি, আমি বাংলাতেই বলবো, কারণ অনেক লোক লাঞ্চ করতে করতে বাস তাতে যায় আসে না অবস্থা। আমি মিস করছি যে আমি কোনো রকম সময় নষ্ট করবো না। জাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির ছাত্র এবং তারপরে আমি দীর্ঘদিন এখানে পড়িয়েছি, প্রায় 30 বছর। ফলে প্রফেসর সুমন চক্রবর্তী যে ছাত্রদের পরিবর্তনের কথা বললেন বা কোর্স কারিকুলামের পরিবর্তন কথাটা বললেন, আমি সেটা নিজের চোখে দেখেছি। তো এবং আমাদের যে সরকারি যোগাযোগ ছাত্রদের সঙ্গে এবং টিচারদের সঙ্গে, এই জিনিসটাকে আমরা এক্সপ্লয়েট করতে পারি। তো 90 দশকে আমরা আমাদের অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, আমি অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন এক্সিকিউটিভ করতে পারি। তো আজকে আমি যেটা বলছি সেটা অবশ্যই অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের বক্তব্য হিসেবে ধরা ঠিক নয়। তো আমরা যখন 1990 দশকে অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন খারাপ অবস্থা হয়েছিল, তখন অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে সেলফ সাফিসিয়েন্ট করার একটা প্রয়োজন ছিল। সেই সময় আমরা ফান্ড রেজিং করছিলাম করে অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন যে নতুন বিল্ডিং হয়েছে বা অডিটোরিয়াম হয়েছে, ত্রিগুণাসেন অডিটোরিয়াম, এবং প্রফেসর ত্রিগুণাসেন যে মূর্তি হয়েছে, এগুলো আমরা করেছিলাম। এবং সেই সূত্রে আমি দেখেছি যে
ইউনিভার্সিটি মধ্যে একটা অসম্ভব আগ্রহ যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে দেওয়ার, এটা কিন্তু আমি তখন থেকে 1990-এর দশক থেকেই দেখি। আমরা সিএসআর ফান্ড এনেছিলাম, তার এটাতে এখন গেস্ট রুম আছে যাদবপুর স্টেশন। তো মোটামুটি 2007, 2009, 2011 এরকম সময় থেকে Alumni Association headquarters have become self-sufficient. তার জন্য মানে নিজস্ব যে ফান্ডিং দরকার হয় ওই অডিটোরিয়াম এবং গেস্ট রুম ভাড়া করে করা হয়। যেটা ল্যাকিং Alumni Association-এর পক্ষ থেকে এই সেটা হচ্ছে যে ইউনিভার্সিটির সঙ্গে একটা প্রপার যোগাযোগ এবং ছাত্রদের লার্জ সেকশন অফ স্টুডেন্টদের সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ, তাদের জড়িত করা। এটা আমরা বাইরে থেকে ফান্ড একটা কিছু হবে না, তার কারণ হচ্ছে যার নাম্বার অফ স্টুডেন্টস দেয়ার at this point in time in Jadavpur University is 12,000, 13,000 স্টুডেন্টের জন্য কোচিংটা এখানে বসে করতে হবে। এই বাইরে গিয়ে খুব একটা কিছু হয় না, দেখিনি যতই ফান্ড রেজিং করি। তো আমরা এটা রিয়েলাইজ করার পর আমাদের কিছু আমরা ইউনিভার্সিটির সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করি, অমিতাভ দত্ত এবং অন্যদের সঙ্গে, অ্যালামনিদের সঙ্গে কথা বলি। তাতে বিষয় যেগুলো নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করতে পারি, আমরা এটা কাজ করতে পারি। তার মধ্যে একটা হচ্ছে সিএসআর ফান্ড জোগাড় করা, একটা হচ্ছে প্লেসমেন্ট, ছাত্রদের প্লেসমেন্ট মানে শুধু ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্টের আর্টস এবং সায়েন্সের প্লেসমেন্ট। ইন্টার্নশিপ একটা বিরাট সমস্যা। এনইপি আসার পরে এখন প্রত্যেকটা ছাত্রের ইন্টার্নশিপ দরকার, অত ইন্টার্নশিপ কিন্তু ইউনিভার্সিটির পক্ষে জোগাড় করে দেওয়া সম্ভব নয়। এখানে স্টুডেন্টরা আসতে পারে, কাউন্সিলিং বা সফট স্কিল, গ্রুমিং ইত্যাদি এগুলো আমরা করেছি আগে, আমরা করেছি সেখানে করতে পারে, ভ্যালু অ্যাড করতে পারে, স্পোর্টস অ্যাক্টিভিটিতে ভ্যালু অ্যাড করতে পারে। আর যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি কিভাবে আরো রিচ আউট করবে সেখানে আমরা হেল্প করতে পারি। আমি একটা ফান্ড রেজিং এর আমি পরে আসছি। আমি প্রথম কানাইলার সিজিএম রিটায়ার করেছে, এখন অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন। আমি কাকে বলবো একটু ফান্ড এবং ট্রেনিং এবং স্পোর্টস এই তিনটেগুলো বলবে, তারপরে আমি আবার ফিরছি।
নমস্কার, আমি কানাইলাল সাহা, 82 সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পাস আউট। আমি মিনিস্টার হেলথ ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে সার্ভিস করেছি, ব্রিজ কোম্পানি হয়ে বিভিন্ন প্রজেক্ট রেলওয়ে প্রজেক্ট, ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং ফিল্ডে কাজ করেছি দীর্ঘদিন ধরে। আমি যেটা আমরা মধ্যে ডিসকাশন করেছি যে আমাদের যারা প্রেজেন্ট বিভিন্ন ফ্যাকাল্টিতে তাদের কিভাবে ইন্ডাস্ট্রির সাথে ইন্টারফেসিং করানো যায়, স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট করানো যায়। কোর্স চলছে যখন তখন আমরা একটা ডিজাইন করতে পারি, আলোচনা করতে পারি। আমার মনে হয় যে আমাদের যারা প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্ট আছে, আমাদের যারা যারা ইন্ডাস্ট্রির বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বিভিন্ন পজিশনে কাজ করছে, তাদের গাইডেন্সে যদি আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট করা যায়, তাহলে আমার মনে হয় একটা এফেক্টিভ গেইন হবে, নট অনলি ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল, এটা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি এবং কান্ট্রি অ্যাজ এ হোল। আর যে কন্ট্রিবিউশন প্রোগ্রাম ট্রেনিং পিরিয়ডে করে, বিভিন্ন জব নলেজটাকে বাড়াবার জন্য চেষ্টা করে, সেটা যদি আমরা ডিউরিং স্টাডি আমরা বিভিন্ন ইন্ডাস্ট্রির সঙ্গে যদি টাই আপ করে আমাদের প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্টদের যদি আমরা এই ধরনের ব্যবস্থা করতে পারি, তাহলে কিন্তু এটা এফেক্ট হবে। আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউট, আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটি কিন্তু একটা প্রতিষ্ঠান ইন্ডাস্ট্রির মধ্যে একটা হবে। প্রিয় যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি স্টুডেন্টরা, যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির বিভিন্ন মেম্বাররা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় গর্বের সঙ্গে কাজ করছে, সে বিষয়ে কোনো সন্দেহ নেই। কিন্তু আজকের দিন একটু অন্যরকম। স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট আরো ভালো করতে হবে, সুন্দরভাবে করতে হবে, কম সময় করতে হবে, প্রোডাক্টকে বাড়াতে হবে, নাহলে কিন্তু ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে বলুন কেন সারা বিশ্বে কিন্তু আমরা জায়গা নিতে পারবো। এই ধরনের অ্যাপ্রোচ আমি আমাদের বিভিন্ন রকম সিনিয়রদের সাথে কথা বলেছি, প্রফেসর ছিলাম, ভাইস প্রেসিডেন্টের সাথে কথা বলেছি, ওনারা কিন্তু প্রচন্ড ভাবে আমাদের উৎসাহ দিয়েছে। এবং এটা যদি আপনার সমস্ত রকম যারা এক্স আমাদের যাদবপুর রয়েছে তাদের কাছে অ্যাপ্রোচ করি, আমার মনে হয় আমরা এটা শেপ দিতে পারবো। কারণ এই জিনিসটা আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের পক্ষে, নিউ জেনারেশনের পক্ষে, প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্টদের পক্ষে অত্যন্ত ভালো হয়। এছাড়া আমাদের কর্পোরেট সেকশন যে ধরনের সিএনএস প্রজেক্ট আছে, সেই প্রজেক্টকে আমরা কিভাবে হেল্প করতে পারি সেটা আমরা প্রজেক্ট ডিজাইন করতে পারি, প্রজেক্ট ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন স্কিম করতে পারি, প্রজেক্ট প্রসেসিং করতে পারি, এভাবে আমরা প্রজেক্ট ফান্ডিং কালেক্ট করে আমরা নিজেরাও এক্সিকিউট করতে পারি, বা আমরা এজেন্সিকে আইডেন্টিফাই করলাম, তাদেরকে একটা পজিশনে নিয়ে আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে কর্পোরেট আছে যারা কন্ট্রিবিউট করে তারা প্রফিট একটা সার্টেন পার্সেন্টেজ ওরা কিন্তু সিআরএস বাজেটে খরচ করে, এটা অ্যাজ পার কোম্পানিজ অ্যাক্ট, সেটা এটা করতেই হবে। উইথ দ্যাট আইডিয়া আমরা এটা কিন্তু ওয়াইডলি চিন্তা ভাবনা করতে পারি যে সিআরএস প্রজেক্টগুলোকে কিভাবে আমরা নিতে পারি, কিভাবে আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটি প্রেজেন্ট বা গাইডেন্স আমরা আমাদের সিনিয়র আমরা এটা করতে পারি, তাহলে কিন্তু একটা ভালো একটা ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে একটা ফিক্স তৈরি হবে, যেখান থেকে আমরা বলতে পারবো আমরা যাদবপুর, আমরা যাদবপুর। এছাড়াও আমরা সারা বছরের একটা প্রোগ্রাম চিন্তা করি, স্পোর্টস অ্যান্ড কালচারাল অ্যাক্টিভিটি। আপনারা জানেন স্পোর্টসটা সারা বিশ্বে খুবই ফেমাস। স্পোর্টস এর একটা আলাদা ভাষা আছে, আলাদা একটা ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ আছে। যদি আমরা স্পোর্টসটাকে ওয়াইডলি সমস্ত সেগমেন্টে, সমস্ত সেকশনে আমরা যদি এটাকে কভার করতে পারি, তাহলে আমরা ফিজিক্যালি ফিটনেস, মেন্টাল ফিটনেস, আমাদের বিহেভিয়ার, কোঅর্ডিনেশন, ইন্টিগ্রিটি পাশাপাশি আসবে। আমরা শুধু কাজ করলে হবে না, একটা স্বচ্ছতা করতে হবে। কাজের স্বচ্ছতা না থাকে সেই কাজটা কিন্তু সবার কাছে গ্রহণ হবে না। ক্রিটিসিজম করতে হবে, কি সাজেশন দিচ্ছে ওয়াইডলি প্রত্যেকের কাছ থেকে আমরা এটা জানিয়ে নিতে পারবো। সেই স্পোর্টস আমরা আমাদের আমরা চেষ্টা করছি বিভিন্নভাবে সারা বছর প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্ট, টিচিং স্টাফ, নন টিচিং স্টাফ, আমাদের এক্স স্টুডেন্ট, এদের নিয়ে তার মধ্যে একটা প্রোগ্রাম আমরা করি ফুটবল একাদশী, সেটা কিন্তু ওয়াইডলি আপনারা শুনে খুশি হবে যে অ্যারাউন্ড 400-500 স্টুডেন্ট during this session এরা পার্টিসিপেট করে, এরা তাহলে 20-25টা টিম মিলে টিমের একটা প্রোগ্রাম হয় এবং এরা সত্যিকারে পার্টিসিপেট, তারা দেশে বিদেশে থেকে চলে আসে, 7 দিন আগে 10 দিন আগে বসে থাকে যে এই ধরনের স্পোর্টস কে পার্টিসিপেট করতে যায় কিনা, বন্ধুদের সাথে দেখা হয় এবং নতুন নতুন প্রোগ্রাম এরা ডিজাইন করে আগামী বছর কি হবে, এবছর আমরা কে চ্যাম্পিয়ন, কে প্রাইজ নেবে, তার সমস্ত রকম ডিটেলস এরা নিজের সমস্ত। এছাড়া ভাবছি তো আমাদের যাদবপুর ক্যাম্পাস, ক্যাম্পাস, এইসব জায়গায় বিভিন্ন সবাইকে নিয়ে কিভাবে এই স্পোর্টস অ্যাক্টিভিটি গুলো, কালচারাল অ্যাক্টিভিটি গুলো আমরা কন্টিনিউ করতে পারি আপনাদের পার্টিসিপেশনে। এটা বলতে পারি যে আপনার সাজেশন, আপনারা যদি কোনো কিছু ভেবে থাকেন আমাদের বলতে পারেন, বা আমরা আপনাদের কাছে পৌঁছে যাবো এই ধরনের সাজেশন গুলো, অ্যাডভাইস গুলো আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আমরা ডেফিনেটলি আপনি দিনে এটা কাজ করতে হবে, কাজের সঙ্গে সত্য রাখতে হবে। যদি আমরা করি এটা প্ল্যান করতে হবে, করতে হবে, সবার কাছে যেন পৌঁছে যায়। আজ বললাম কিছু সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে পৌঁছলো, কেউ জানলো, সেটা কিন্তু কাজ নয়, সেটা কাজের একটা পার্সিয়াল ডেরিভেশন হতে পারে, কিন্তু সেটা টোটাল কাজে কিন্তু কনভার্ট করবে। এটা সবার কাছে আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করবো যে আপনারা ধরনের কাজ নিয়ে আমরা চিন্তা ভাবনা করছি। আগামী দিনে আমরা ইউনিভার্সিটির যে অথরিটি আছে ওনারা আমাদের ভীষণভাবে উৎসাহ দিয়েছে, মিট করেছি বিভিন্ন সময়ে, ওনাদের কিন্তু সবসময় বলছে আপনারা করুন, আমরা সবসময় আছি, কিভাবে সুন্দর করা যায় সেটা গ্রহণযোগ্য করা যায় সবার মধ্যে, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় উদ্দেশ্য। যাদবপুরকে আরো সুন্দর করতে হবে, সবার মধ্যে ছড়িয়ে দিতে হবে, প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্টকে সঙ্গে নিতে হবে, প্রেজেন্টে সামনে তাদের নিয়ে যেতে হবে যে চলো আমরা কাজেও আছে, খেলাও আছে, কালচারাল অ্যাক্টিভিটিতে আছে, রিলেশন আছে, কোঅর্ডিনেশন আছে, সমস্ত জায়গায় আমরা হাত বাড়িয়ে আছি যাতে প্রত্যেকে আমরা বেনিফিটেড হই পজিটিভলি। এই বলে আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। নমস্কার।
ধন্যবাদ জানাই। কয়েকদিন আগে আমার সাথে কথা হয়েছে। আপনারা বোধহয় জানেন না, আর্টস ফ্যাকাল্টিতেও এখন কোরিয়ার ব্যাচেলার্স চালু হয়ে গেছে আপনার এনএলপি, এবং ওখানেও ওই সামারের সময় 1.5 মাসের ইন্টার্নশিপটা বাধ্যতামূলক হয়েছে। তো আমার সঙ্গে প্রফেসর যে কথা হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা চেষ্টা করব এই নেক্সট সামারে যাতে আর্টস ফ্যাকাল্টি, পার্টিকুলারলি ফোকাসিং অন আর্টস ফ্যাকাল্টি, যে কটা ডিপার্টমেন্ট আছে তাদের জন্য যদি আমরা ইন্টার্নশিপ জোগাড় করতে পারি, কারণ এটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। এবং আর্টস ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এ তাও এদিক ওদিক করে হয়ে যায়, কিন্তু আর্টস বা সায়েন্সে ইন্টার্নশিপ ব্যাপারটাকে জোগাড় করা এবং সেটাকে প্রপারলি এক্সিকিউট করা অনেক সময় খুব ডিফিকাল্ট। আমরা যে কাজটা করছি, মানে যে দিয়েছি, আমার মনে হয় আগামী সামারে খানিকটা আমরা একটা দেখতে পাবো রেজাল্ট, যে কতটা আমরা করতে পারবো। তার থেকে আমরা আরো যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করবো। এছাড়া যেটা সেটা হচ্ছে যে কাউন্সেলিং এবং সফট স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, এটা কিন্তু অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন একটা যথেষ্ট ভালোভাবে প্রোগ্রাম করতো স্টুডেন্টদের জন্য। আমরা এই জায়গাটাকে যদি আমরা শুরু করতে পারি, ডিফারেন্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রি বা ডিফারেন্ট গভর্নমেন্ট এজেন্সি, আমাদের আমাদের যারা স্টুডেন্ট আছে তারা এসে ওই প্রোগ্রাম করাতে দেয়, এবং তাতে অসংখ্য ছাত্র তখন হয়েছিল। এই মুহূর্তে ওটা বন্ধ আছে, আমরা আবার সেগুলো চালু করার চেষ্টা করি। একটা জিনিস চলবে না, অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন কিন্তু যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন কিন্তু 100 বছরের উপরের একটা অর্গানাইজেশন। এই অর্গানাইজেশনটাকে যদি আমরা সত্যি ঠিকভাবে ব্যবহার করতে পারি, অর্থাৎ যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ রেখে কাজ করতে পারি, তাহলে সত্যি সত্যি অনেক কাজ করা যায়। এর আগেও দেখেছি, এবং আমার ধারণা এখন আমরা আবার এটাকে রিগার্ডিং ফান্ড সিলেকশন, একটা হচ্ছে ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল ডিপার্টমেন্ট গুলো কিছু পাচ্ছে, তাদের অ্যালামনাই ইত্যাদি, কিন্তু এমন ডিপার্টমেন্ট আছে যেখানে অ্যালামনাইরা স্ট্রং নয়। সেক্ষেত্রে কি আমার যেটা মনে হয়েছে, একটা মিটিং চেষ্টা করেছিলাম যে ইউনিভার্সিটির নিজস্ব একটা ফান্ড কেন করতে হবে না, ইউনিভার্সিটি অ্যালামনি ডোনেশনের ফান্ড একটা তৈরি করা সম্ভব। এবং আমার ধারণা, যদি আমরা একটু চেষ্টা করি, উইদিন 5 years আমরা 500 crore দিতে পারবো। সারা পৃথিবীতে 500 জন পাওয়া যাবে না যারা 1 কোটি টাকা দিতে পারে, এটাও বিশ্বাস করি। যাদবপুরের 1 লাখ ছাত্র বেরিয়ে গেছে, এটা সারা পৃথিবীতে রয়েছে। 500 জন যারা 1 কোটি টাকা দিতে পারবে, আমার মনে হয় পারবে। অথবা ইভেন 50 লাখ, আমরা 100 থেকে দিয়ে 500 কোটি টাকা একটা ফান্ড কেন করতে পারবো না। এটা আমি এই ব্যাপারটা নিয়ে আমি একবার প্রোভাইড স্যারের সঙ্গে খুব ভালোভাবে বলেছি, কিন্তু এখন আমার মনে হচ্ছে যে সময় এসেছে যে একটা বড় ফান্ড ইউনিভার্সিটি তৈরি করা। তার কারণ হচ্ছে স্টেট গভর্নমেন্ট, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট আস্তে আস্তে আমাদের হয়ে যাচ্ছে, এবং আমাদের নিজেদের আসতে হবে। যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি বলছে যে একটা সময় যখন বেঙ্গল ছিল, তখন অ্যালামনাই টাকায় কিন্তু যাদবপুরের বাইরে, যাদবপুরের টিচারদের বাইরে, আপনারা কতজন জানেন, আমরা এরকম বেশ কয়েক বছর অ্যালামনাইদের টাকায় যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির টিচার স্যালারি হয়েছে, টিচার বা স্যালারি। তো আপনার সেই লিগাসিটা আছে, যদি আমরা এটাকে আরেকটু এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারি, আমার মনে হয় ইটস পসিবল টু ক্রিয়েট আ ফান্ড অফ 500 crore or 1000 in a period of time, এবং সেখান থেকে যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি তো আমি এটুকু বলে
আজকে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। আমি জানি আপনারা কেটে কেটে শুনেছেন, যদি দু চারটে পয়েন্ট কানে যায় আমার মনে হয় কিছু হেল্প পাবো আপনাদের। নমস্কার।
চন্দন মজুমদার এবং কানাই সমাগে ব্যাপারটাকে এক সম্পূর্ণভাবে ভেবেছেন, যেহেতু ইন্টারনেশনাল সেন্ট্রিক থেকে কিভাবে পুরো ক্যাম্পাস করা যায়, যেটা সকালে আমাদের চক্রবর্তী বলে ওনাদের ধারণার সাথে মিলে যাচ্ছে, যাতে এই অ্যালুমনি ফান্ড পাওয়া এবং যেই অ্যালুমনি কাজ এই প্রক্রিয়া। অনেক ধন্যবাদ আপনাদেরকে আপনাদের আইডিয়া আমাদের সবার সাথে শেয়ার করার জন্য। এবার আমরা কাজ করতে জন্য একটু বিরতি চেয়ে নেব, কারণ আমাদের আগামী অনুষ্ঠান যে হয়েছে তার জন্য যে কোয়েশ্চেন কি রয়েছে সেগুলো একটুখানি ল্যাপটপে লোড করে নিয়ে আমরা যাব। The quiz Jadavpur University and NC designed a master plan for Norwegian Department of English to begin. Will now take up the quiz session designed and mastered by Professor Norwegian is in the Department of English. Same time, is also the director of the Jadavpur University Press and School of Cultural Sciences and Records. তবে ওনার পড়াশোনার প্রতি এবং কাজের ব্যাপ্তি সেটা তো এখানে একটা সাইডে করে রাখা সম্ভব নয়, তাই যে ইউআরএল দিয়ে রাখা হয়েছে আপনারা ওনার বই এখনই সবকিছুর জন্য এই লিঙ্কে আপনারা ক্লিক করবেন। অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি কোয়েশ্চেন অ্যাড করার জন্য।
Thank you everyone. This is very informal. সকলে একটু অনুরোধ করছি একটু যদি এদিকে আসতে হয়। 18-19টা প্রশ্ন আছে। There are no teams. হাত তুলে উত্তর দেবেন, উত্তর জানতে দেবেন, উত্তর না জানলেও দেবেন। তারপরে যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় প্রশাসনের তরফ থেকে for every correct answer. These questions are all about the university history. Some are historical, some are you will see. And Pradipta will help me. She is also an alumni of the English department, 2008. উত্তর দিতে হাত তুলবে না। ওকে, প্রথম প্রশ্ন। All these are ingredients for which local delicacy. potatoes, meat, white bread, onion, green chilies, pepper, cumin powder, masala, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। লোকাল ডেলিকেসি অর্থাৎ যাদবপুরের ডেলিকেসি কিসে বলুন? কষা মাংস না, টপের চপ, টপের চপ। আপনাকে দেওয়া হবে না। আচ্ছা, এটা দিয়ে যান। দ্বিতীয় প্রশ্ন, What? This is a bit of history. The above picture shows a famous JU faculty member, Professor Tuhin Rai, who started his career in 1951 working with the American Cyanide Company. In 1960, a certain minister of industry of a country in the Western Hemisphere had written to Jadavpur University asking for the services of Professor Rai in this country. In the other picture, the then Prime Minister of the above scene seated next to Professor Rai on the extreme right. Name the Prime Minister and if you can also the Minister of Industry who invited Professor Rai. The picture is on the right. Castro is the Prime Minister of Cuba who invited Professor Rai, who was Minister of Industry, the Castro government. Okay, two places for and there. Professor Roy was invited by the Cuban government to help with meetings in the Cuban. So he became quite close friends with Fidel Castro in Cuba. Okay, next question. Very easy. Located in the Jadavpur area, what was the name of the commercial cannabis manufacturing company in India? National insurance, please, one prize, sir. Thank you. আচ্ছা ও আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে তাহলে okay next on 17th February 1959 which legendary political figure met students of Jadavpur University while his wife sang "We Shall Overcome" on the steps of the Central Library? When I say legendary, I mean internationally legendary political figure, activist. Men came to Jadavpur as part of an Olympic tour. His wife sang "We Shall Overcome." This wife is also quite famous on the steps of the Central Library. Number 11. Anyone? Yes. Dr. Martin Luther King is absolutely correct. Abhishek and Parveen both. Martin Luther King, on part of his visit to India, before King's speech, came to Jadavpur. Jubantor carried news item on that the following day. Next one. Okay. This is Governor and the then Chancellor M.K. Narayan conferring the degree of Doctor of Literature on which eminent JU alumnus. আদল সরকার ওখানে একটা করে দিয়েছেন এখানে বলেছেন কি বলেছেন Okay, this is a difficult one. Which department in the College of Engineering and Technology, the previous avatar of JU, as we all know, was set in March 31 only to be wound up in 1953? That story in 209, the Calcutta Corporation gave on a 19-year-old lease 19 acres of land lying adjacent to the council's land at Jadavpur, the PI, with the sole condition that this department would be started within 3 years. The land was later allotted to other programs of seat, but the land was given for this department. The clue is which department need a lot of land? And Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, there was a College of Agriculture which came out in Tollywood in 53. So Jadavpur department was shut down. So we had a Department of Agriculture. Again, I did not know till I was researching this. Great answer. Okay, most of you will know this. JU faculty member, first women in India to go to Antarctica. আমি আপনাদের দেখি Geology.
পরেরটা ওকে এটা আমার সুন্দর প্রশ্ন দেবানিক সেনগুপ্ত আমাদের টেম্পোরারি while a student in economics at JU awarded a university loan in cricket would go on to become the captain of the national cricket team of which European country চলে গেছে সেখানকার ক্যাপ্টেন অনেক ইউরোপীয় দেশের জাতীয় ক্রিকেট টিমের ক্যাপ্টেন ছিলেন any guess yes Germany is absolutely correct Devanik was the captain of Germany you can find his profile in ESPN and his statistics last the Gibraltar 15 রান করেছিল শেষ খেলায় okay this is a long but easy answer long question easy answer Tribuna Sen while in Germany Tribuna Sen was the leader of the foreign students union there was a vegetarian restaurant in Munich where Indian and African students used to go for cheap food Dash was also a vegetarian was also used to visit this restaurant despite knowing that Dash did not like them Tribuna Sen told him whatever we earn is spent here and this is to your benefit students were given identity cards so that they could obtain food at concessional rates but not foreign students Tribuna Sen managed to convince the Nazi student leader in charge of this to take his side and with his assistance was able to gain Dash's signature similar benefits and all who is the first okay tapping him Nazi gets like the prize it was a Hitler and Tribuna Sen question okay which department is he an alumni of and what is her claim to fame 2024 huh? To the English and the claim to fame naam nahi dai no Miss no not Miss English is correct one film festival she got the best actress award Anushka Shetty in 2024 yes that is Martini as we used to call her okay long quote very famous man bole dila broke his lines given my youthful age and the widespread rumor that I had got the job at JU through activism and influence rather than merit a predictable storm of protest on top of that there was ground for political suspicion and known fact that I had left convictions and linked to the Students' Federation. Our sharpest attacks was one that came from a very right-wing political magazine called Jugovan, which seemed to fear that to my apartment at the end of the world had become more imminent. These were not pleasant things to read, but I had found a skillfully drawn cartoon showing that I was snatched straight from cradle to be immediately made into a professor, chalk in hand, in front of the beach. About the Sen is in the little booklet that I have just given out. It's about the Sen. This was a speech given. Acha, you are next. Who was the last vice president to come in the Dhuti Bandi? Absolutely. That is great. Okay, very easy. In which department did these two pioneers teach? The person on the right was a famous cricketer. Pharmacy, pharmaceutical technology, he gets another because he already has a good one. Amarnath Madhu is a very interesting career in politics as well as cricket, which should be known for literature departments. According to Shankha Ghosh, the inspiration which famous poem came to him on a late afternoon while walking down the Jheel boat by the next to the mechanic cleaning department. Yeah, the shop. I would like to come up with only one. What is the connection between advertisement and Jadavpur University? Bengal Lamp, this is a 1957. I found this in Tech magazine of 1957. It's a lamp, Bengal lamp and a connection. I think that is the last question. Okay. The O18. O18 is the last shot of the film or last sequence. It was shot here. Obviously, recent film, not color. Not one of the greatest films in the history of Indian cinema, but still. Hey, film studies and law. Any tries? This is a question which probably is not being answered. এটা বলেই দিচ্ছি হচ্ছে ম্যাট বাঙালি ভাই অনেক which is anyway that's all আরো প্রশ্ন করতে ভালো হতো but it's difficult setting these questions. Thank you. I hope you had fun.
Really enjoyed the session. Fantastic. Thanks to you, Titinda, for this wonderful entertainment, which was much needed at this time.
বলেছিলাম যে খেতে আমরা পরবর্তী অনুষ্ঠানটা শুনবো একটু বদল করে নিচ্ছি কারণ অনেক হয়তো শেষ মুহূর্ত আমি করতে পারবেন না সেজন্য আনুষ্ঠানিকভাবে আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন এখন করবেন আমাদের বর্ষিয়ান অধ্যাপক দীপঙ্কর। এরপরই আমরা সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠান রয়েছে ছোট বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের ছাত্রছাত্রীরাই করবেন সেটা দেখবো শুনবো তার আমাদের এবছরের মতন দ্বিতীয় অ্যালামনি ডে পরিসমাপ্তি হবে। খুব বেশিক্ষণের সময় লাগবে ধৈর্য ধরে যদি সঙ্গে থাকেন সেইটুকু অনুরোধ করবেন। এখন আমাদের ধন্যবাদ জানাবেন প্রফেসর দীপঙ্কর সান্যাল। ওনার পরিচয় আগেই দিয়েছি আর একবার বলছি মেকানিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এর প্রফেসর এবং এই অ্যালামনি বা প্রাক্তনীর সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ রাখার নিরলস কাজ এখনো করে চলেছেন সেই হিসেবেই তিনি ধন্যবাদ জানান।
Good afternoon, everybody. I mean, it's a great honor on me to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion of second Alumni Day celebration, where all the alumni and the well-wishers of the Jadavpur University who have come here. I congratulate them for to come here and motivate us in our journey. As already we know, this cell, it was set some 30 months back, and still it remains in an unstructured state that has been captured by our, guest today, Professor Suman Chakraborty, a distinguished alumnus of this university. Though he did not mention it directly, he mentioned about some structure we need. If that message was implicit, we are here to create a structure till now. And there are reasons that despite that, we are getting lots of support from many distinguished alumni in the form of their advice. In last year, Shouvik Bhattacharya, he also voiced his opinion about the same thing. You require an office, you require different management to handle the alumni affairs. Just if you think that you will find time out of your academic schedule, you can maintain the relationship with the alumni. That is never possible. I mean, you have to be there because, with the teachers, the students feel the most connected. But once the connection is set up, to take forward what they want to do, you require a dedicated office for that. We hope after our global chancellor has joined, I think early October this year, soon we will in that direction. He also spent some time here, so we thank him also for giving time here on behalf of those who is part of our university. His vote of thanks giving on behalf of the alumni. So that's why we should also mention about our Vice Chancellor. I am confused if I should mention about our Pro Vice Chancellor because he leads the entire show of this alumni affairs. In fact, to me, he is a better. I mean, so far, whatever move we could achieve, direction came from him. And today also we had one panel discussion where we tried to, communicate the excellence of Jadavpur University is just in the technology and science. We have very novel achievements in the field of humanities and social science. In fact, I shared one experience of me in some evaluation committee. I was called in, and there I was handed over to assess for the Tata Institute for Social Science. I told I am not from social science background. How can I assess this? This is what they have done. Chairman told, I know you are from Jadavpur University and we feel you are the best to assess that. It is not for me, it is for the Jadavpur University. I got that honor on that day. So I feel it was very apt to have the panel discussion with the, two of our notable alumni, Indranil Roy and Srinoy Sen. Media has a very strong role in taking our campaign forward. Of course, the missing structure I'm mentioning, once the structure evolves, that part will also be taken care of. In fact, we have made one short acknowledgement video. I am not sure. Possibly right after the vote of thanks and before the culture show, video will be shown. While preparing the video, we felt, to strengthen the campaign, video has a very strong role, and just one event showing video for 15 minutes is less impactful. Showing some 3-minute video, say every 3 months or so, and sending it to the alumni members. And with that purpose to strengthen that relationship, the alumni cell which has been created, whoever is giving their precious time to the alumni cell, be they the part of the academic, part of our university or the administrative, we thank them all. In fact, our finance team had many challenges. Despite those challenges, at least whenever it came to clearing some paper for the alumni, they acted at a very fast pace. I'm talking very fast pace because the structure of processing papers within our university, it is governmental and there are many tables through which it has been routed, and we do not have any digital platform. So, but on many days we've seen for any other thing where we require about a month or so, within 3 or 4 days, the thing has been done. I know, in fact, especially for the funding agencies, rather different alumni who have contributed funds to support different programs, especially if those are from outside India. There was a long-standing issue. Donation reached our Delhi branch, and it was tagged there, and we didn't know how to make use of that. But the finance team took great initiative to clear that hurdle. I mean, after a rigorous stop, we have opened one FCR utilization account at Jadavpur University, and after that, I mean, it is almost as smooth as it was before, as it is for the local Indian donations. So we feel there is a need of a structure, and also feel a part of it should also be unstructured, because there are alumni members who do not associate them with some structure. They want to do it independently. So we should accommodate all, and with all your help, I mean, here internally, we have told many golden stories of our success. Jadavpur has done this, Jadavpur has done that. But when we go outside the university, the expression gets missing. So Jadavpur is doing really well in this area. But now we want to change that kind of help. The outside world should, I mean, tell loud and clear that here is Jadavpur University representative who has come here to show us the way. And we, with all the support of our alumni members, will be able to achieve that. Thank you.
স্যারকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আমরা একটু আপনাদের কাছে সময় চেয়ে নিচ্ছি প্রাক্তনীদের কর্মকাণ্ড বা তাদের যে অনুদান, তাদের যে সাহায্যে ইউনিভার্সিটির বিভিন্ন রকম উন্নয়নের কাজ হচ্ছে সে বিষয়ে একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন রয়েছে, সেটা আমাদের তৈরি করে নিতে সময় নিচ্ছি, আমরা দেখাবো, তারপরেই সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠানে আমরা চলে যাব। আবার একটু বদল হলো, প্রথমে আমাদের সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠানটি শুরু হবে, ভিডিও প্রেজেন্টেশনটা দেখানো হবে। যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় মিউজিক ক্লাবের ছাত্রছাত্রীরাই এখন লোকগীতি পরিবেশন করবেন, একেবারে ভিন্ন স্বাদে। এতক্ষণ যেভাবে আমরা শুনলাম, এবারের অনুষ্ঠানটা একেবারেই অন্যরকম। যারা এখানে অংশ নিচ্ছে আমি একে একে নাম বলে দিচ্ছি: মধুরিমা হালদার, গীতা রায়, মৌপিয়া, মেঘা, সৃজনী চক্রবর্তী, ঐশী, প্রদীপ্ত বিশ্বাস। এদের সঙ্গে সঙ্গত করবে কিবোর্ডে সাগ্নিক, কিবোর্ডে চন্দ্রজিৎ কর এবং তবলা অন্যান্য বাদ্যযন্ত্রে এবার পরিবেশিত হবে লোকগীত।
Hello. Seventy-six. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
ধন্যবাদ। এবার আমরা শুনব শরৎ শরৎ বাজিয়ে শোনাবেন যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের জিওলজি স্বর্ণেন্দু মণ্ডল। 2023 সালে এমএসসি পাশ করেছেন স্বর্ণেন্দু থেকেই। বিখ্যাত শরৎবাদক বুদ্ধদেব দাশগুপ্তের কাছে শরৎ শিখেছেন। নিয়মিতভাবে এখন আইটিসি সঙ্গীত রিসার্চ একাডেমির সঙ্গে স্বর্ণেন্দু জড়িত। ভারত সরকারের তথ্য সম্প্রচার মন্ত্রকের সিসি ন্যাশনাল স্কলারশিপ পেয়েছেন ইতিমধ্যেই। সম্প্রতি এমএস শুভলক্ষ্মী অ্যাওয়ার্ডও তিনি পেয়েছেন। আর নিয়মিতভাবে মার্কিন মুলুক ও ইউরোপে শরৎ বাজিয়ে শোনান আমাদের গর্বের ছাত্র স্বর্ণেন্দু। ন্যাশনাল ইউথ ফেস্টিভ্যালে শাস্ত্রীয় সঙ্গীত ক্যাটাগরিতে বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় থেকে প্রতিনিধিত্ব করেছিলেন এবং প্রথম স্থান অধিকার করেছিলেন। এখন আপনাদের সামনে আসছেন স্বর্ণেন্দু।
এটাকে ক্লোজ করলে নিচে নেওয়া হবে। এইবার এটাকে একবার এটাকে
তখন সম্পদ দিচ্ছে অর্ঘদীপ দাস।
Santa Parla. হাইব্রিড থেকে ছাড়াও হাইব্রিড ঠিক আছে একটু প্লিজ প্লিজ সরোজিনী হাই স্কুল শুভদুপুর অনেকদিন পর ইউনিভার্সিটি থেকে মঞ্চে বাজাতে পেরে খুব ভালো লাগছে প্রথমত আমি ধন্যবাদ দেব আমার স্যার যিনি না থাকলে আমি হয়তো যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটিতে 5 বছর সাবলীলভাবে কাটাতাম না দীপক স্যারকে আমি দীপক স্যারকে প্রথমে ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমি কোথায় আছি তাছাড়া আজকে সৌদ স্যার আছেন এখানে ওটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি আর প্রত্যেকে আছেন যারা স্টুডেন্ট প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্ট এবং বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে নিযুক্ত যতজন আছেন প্রত্যেককে আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ জানাই আর কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই অর্গানাইজারদের আমাকে আবার ডেকে দিয়েছেন সুযোগ দিচ্ছেন ইউনিভার্সিটি আরেকটিবার ফিরে আসার আমার সাথে আজকে তবলায় আছে অর্কদীপ দাস যে খুব খুব ভালো একজন আমার প্রিয় শিল্পী সময় খুব সীমিত আমি কথা না বলে শুরু করছি রাত দেশ থ্যাংক ইউ
অসাধারণ সুরে উঠছে না, মানে এরপরে আমাদের আর বোধহয় কিছু নেই, সেটা স্তব্ধতেই নিয়ে যায়। The whole purpose of music is to create silence. এবং মানে ব্যক্তি ছাত্র এরা বলতে যাচ্ছে, তো নাম বলেই দিচ্ছে, শরদে ছিল, বুদ্ধদেব দাশগুপ্ত, এবং তবলায় অর্কজিৎ দাস, এবং অর্কজিৎ দাস ও কুমার বসে। চলরিতে তত খানিকটা আন্দাজ হচ্ছিল পণ্ডিত সকল রীনা কুমার বোস কতটা তো বুঝি দিয়ে যাচ্ছিল। অসাধারণ লেগেছে, মানে কিছু নেই, এবং মনে হয় এখানে উপস্থিত যতজন রয়েছেন সবারই একই কথাই বলবার থাকে, তোমাদের অনেক বড় হওয়া আর অনেক বড় সময়। আমাদের পরবর্তী অনুষ্ঠান সেই জন্য একটু স্তব্ধতার মধ্যেই আমাদের থাকবে। আমরা ডেকে নেব শান্তনু বিশ্বাস, আমাদের যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের রসায়ন বিভাগের ল্যাবরেটরিতে নিয়ে এখনো কর্মরত একজন স্টাফ, একজন কর্মী। উনি এখন মুখামুখি করে দেখাবেন আমাদের সামনে। মঞ্চে ওনাকে আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি।
নমস্কার। শুভ নববর্ষের আন্তর্জাতিক শুভ নববর্ষের আন্তরিক প্রীতি শুভেচ্ছা অভিনন্দন জানিয়ে আমার ছোট একটা অভিনয় পরিবেশন করছি। আর রক্ত হোক একটা দেশ, মানুষ হোক একটা, যুদ্ধ নয় শান্তি চাই, বাকি শান্তির প্রতীক, আর রক্ত নয়। No more that a world being mighty and the people are the seated of the same, but is symbol of peace on the basis of world. No more that.
ধন্যবাদ শান্তনু বিশ্বাসকে। শরীরী ভাষায় এবং অভিব্যক্তিতে মৃত্যুপ্রায় শিল্পকে এখনো বাঁচিয়ে রাখার জন্য এবং এখানে পরিবেশন করার জন্য তাকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। এবার শাস্ত্রীয় সঙ্গীতে গজল পরিবেশন করবেন অদ্রিতা সাহা। প্রায় শেষ লগ্নে চলে এসেছি। গজলের পরে একটি ভোজন দিয়ে আমাদের এবছরের প্রাপ্ত সম্মেলন শেষ হবে। অদ্রিতা সাহা গজল পরিবেশন করছেন এবং ওর সঙ্গে কিবোর্ডে সঙ্গীত করছেন শামিক, চন্দ্রজিৎ কর এবং তবলায় প্রলয় ব্যানার্জি।
হ্যালো, অষ্টমী রয়েছেন আমাদের চন্দ্রজিৎ কর।
ঢুকবে না
ধন্যবাদ অন্তর্জাকে। এবার কথা শোনাবেন সৌমিত্রা পাল।
সুন্দর সঙ্গীত উপহার দেওয়ার জন্য অশেষ ধন্যবাদ অর্পিতা শাহ তোমার গজলের জন্য এবং সৌমিত্রা তোমার ভজনের জন্য। সারাদিনের জন্য আমাদের সাথে যারা ছিলেন তাদের নাম না বললেই নয়। ভিডিওগ্রাফি আমাদের সাথে ছিলেন সেই গৌরব মন্ডল, আমার ডান দিকে, আপনাদের বাঁ দিকে সারাদিন আমাদের এই ভিডিওগ্রাফি সাপোর্ট দিচ্ছেন, এবং আমাদের যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের ইন্টারনেট কানেক্টিভিটির জন্য সঞ্জীব এবং অরিন্দম, এই দুটি নাম আমাদের না বলতে নয়। বিশেষ সাউন্ড সিস্টেমের জন্য আমরা কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাচ্ছি অরূপ এবং গৌতমকে। To deliver the official vote of thanks, I'm ending today's session with the concluding remarks. I would call upon the dais, the convener of the cell, Dr. Shanto Rai.
আশা করি এবছরের সমস্ত প্রোগ্রাম আপনারা খুবই উপভোগ করেছেন। কালচারাল প্রোগ্রামটাও আগের বারের চেয়েও ভালো হয়েছে। আমি তো বলবো আমার তো খুবই ভালো লেগেছে যে সাংস্কৃতিক অনুষ্ঠানটা হয়েছে। তো আশা করি সামনের বছরও আপনাদের পার্টিসিপেশন পাবো আমরা, আপনারা আবার আসবেন এই অনুষ্ঠানে। সামনের বছর দেখা হচ্ছে। ধন্যবাদ। আর সামনের বছরের যে সে প্রোগ্রাম হবে এবং যা যা যাদবপুরে খবর হবে সেগুলো আমি চেষ্টা করবো আপনাদের কাছে পৌঁছে দিতে। আর আপনাদের রিকোয়েস্ট, আমাদের যে ডেটাবেসটা আছে সেটা এনরিচ করুন, আপনাদের এন্ট্রিটা সেখানে দিন গুগল ফর্মের মাধ্যমে। হ্যাঁ, সামনে বছর এই আচ্ছা, সামনে বছর হয়তো এই প্রথম শনিবারটা করা হবে না, কোন দিনটা হবে সেটা অ্যানাউন্স করে দেবো। ধন্যবাদ সবাই, অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ আমাদের এই প্রোগ্রামে আসার জন্য।